That was a good start. Right. Basically, what I was saying is it's just feel, you can really feel the pressure on you. Like, I don't know why I thought this would be a good idea, but it's quite stressful. No sound. No sound. I've fixed it now, but there's obviously a bit of a delay. There's actually a decent amount of people here. We've got like 30 people. But yeah, like the last sort of couple of minutes before I pressed live, I was like, God, what am I doing? And then when the stream intro video was coming on, I was like, I just wish it goes on forever. Um, but I'm here and it's all good. It's fixed. Hi. How's it going? People are all saying hi. It's nice to see so many people here. I was a little bit afraid there might have been like 10 people or less and I'd have been like speaking to myself. So it's cool to have other people here. And one of my good friends sent me a message saying no audio before everyone else did. So it's nice to have the heads up. But anyway, I'm just going to crack straight into it. So Alec has made some tongs, or he started making some tongs for making sledgehammers. Obviously the top of the sledgehammer. What software am I using? I'm using Final Cut Pro. And I can tell you a bit why if you're interested. Alec Steele videos, good stuff. Thanks, Mr. Snillo. We find it works fantastic. Can't wait to see some tricks. Hello from Germany, big fan. Nice to see you, Spurber Knives. Right. So Alec's making some tongs. Start off by making a library. And then I usually rename this to 1.1 because that's what we start with. Why does that not want to rename? Anyway, all the footage is always on Dropbox, so I wake up the next morning, everything's there. That's been filmed over the last day, so we're obviously all a day offset because I'm in the UK, Alex in the US. Dropbox works pretty flawlessly for the most part. So it's literally just a case dragging the stuff in. Dropbox actually links everything, so I don't actually have to have the physical copies imported into the library. It sort of stems it from Dropbox, which is pretty cool. Have you ever been recognized in public? I have actually once, and it was with Alec, but I got recognized first before Alec, which was very weird. But it was a couple of years back, we went to Manchester for the Logan Paul KSI boxing match, the first one. And some guy recognized me in the street, and then like a few seconds later, he was like, "Oh, that's Alec as well," which was a little bit weird. Why do you use Final Cut Pro specifically? So I use Final Cut because it's just so much faster than Premiere is in terms of the amount of clicks it takes to do certain actions. So in Premiere, you'll find, say you wanted to make a cut in a clip, then you would have to select the blade, you'd have to click on the timeline, click where you want to cut it, press the cut tool, then you'd click on the clip, delete it, then you'd have to click on the ripple and delete the ripple as well. Whereas in Final Cut, it's literally 2 clicks and it's just as good. It's also much better optimized for me on Mac. Like, I'm still using a 2016 MacBook Pro that we had in the workshop. It works really, really well. I don't even have to proxy footage. It's all just super smooth. Excited to see you edit. Nice to have you here, Peter. Good to hear why. How does Alex send you the content? Must take ages to upload. So we only film on 1080, so the footage isn't too big, really. I couldn't really estimate because it depends on it depends on the project, because some things, like slow motion, for instance, is bigger file sizes than like regular and stuff, so it depends. But it's all in Dropbox and it's pretty good. I have really good internet and I think Alec does too. So Service Raphael, what is that? You ever been recognized? Go to get some tips off a pro. I'm not sure I would say I was a pro, but hopefully you'll learn something. There's not too much to learn really. It's just kind of I don't really know. What free alternatives would recommend? DaVinci Resolve is supposedly quite a popular one. Which is free. I haven't used it myself, but I know a lot of people do, like even in the industry. So we have like 50 people here now. This is mental. I've actually met you before, but I didn't want to be awkward. The reception grows in a casino. No way. I think I remember that actually, but that must have been a couple of months ago. You should have said something, man. It would have been totally fine. Actually, just a quick, I'm going to start work, don't worry, but just a quick tangent on that poker related subject. I play in a weekly poker league, and the first time I went, the guy who runs it looked at me quite weirdly, and I didn't think anything of it. But anyway, I went a few times in a row, and then he was like, are you Jamie from Alec Steele's channel? So it is weird, like, that some people just, know who I am, even though I'm barely in the videos or anything like that, but it's kind of cool. So, I don't really know what to say as I start, but for instance, I edit a lot using the waveforms of the audio, so I don't necessarily need to see as much. I mean, it's obviously very important, but it's not the be all and end all. So I use a lot of the waveforms down here, and you can see, like here, obviously, there's no talking. So what I normally do with the sponsors is I always do them right at the end, because they're not too fun to edit, the sponsors, I'll be honest. So I put a marker down, and quite often as well, we don't have the sponsor until the video's finished. Alec likes to film them after the fact sometimes. So I'll put a marker down, I'll come back to that. So the marker is on where the logo would enter. What's going on here? Can't hear Alec. Why can you not hear that? Video capture device. Can you guys hear the, you should be able to hear the final cut. You can hear Alice talking, right? Why does the footage look washed out? So the footage we film in, I'm not sure what we film in now, but I think it might be Vlog, but it's some kind of like tone, it's a flat profile basically. So we add the color in afterwards, and it gives you more depth in the colors. Jamie, nice beard, lol. How's it going, Will? That's Will. Nice to see you, man. Yeah, I haven't had my hair cut in a while, and I haven't cut my beard because of the lockdown. I thought I'd just leave it and see what it does. Let's go. No, very, very softly. Can't hear the audio from the program. Why would that not work? Because it's showing for me here that it's playing. What if I... God, give me a second. It's showing that it's making noise, but for some reason it's not coming through for you guys. Elgato, sound capture, open that. Settings, audio. Line, sound capture. Line, sound capture. Can't hear. Why would that not be working? Audio MIDI setup. ABS, 2 ins, 2 outs. That's what I'm using. Configure speakers. I'm a little bit stumped. Still no. Oh, I'm really sorry, guys, for the pain. Video capture device. What if I just turn it up like that? Google. Will you upload this live stream later? Yeah, I think I'll make it public afterwards. I'm not sure how long it's going to be. I'm going to just leave it for a bit and see. Oh, I know why. Oh, I muted the output. Right, there we go. That should be fine. I can't believe... So when I was setting up the stream, I was monitoring the audio, and I put it on so that I could hear it, but the output was muted. I don't know why that's even an option, but you should be able to hear it now.
With how it turned out. It looks...
So
later, go to my link in the description. You're going to be getting a special...
I've lost my train of thought a little bit. This has become a little bit... It's going off the rails already. You haven't changed a bit. You haven't changed a bit, noob. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not as good at CS anymore as I was, but that's how it is. Julian's here as well. How's it going, Jesus? Good to see you, man. How did you become Alex Editor? So it's quite a cool story actually, and it plays into the fact of Will and Jesus being here. I used to work with these guys quite a bit back in the days. I used to film while I was freelancing, and I used to film quite a lot of music festivals out in Tenerife where those guys live. And I was just doing my own thing and doing different projects for different clients and stuff. And then I had a direct message on Twitter one day from Alec. I don't even use Twitter really, and it just kind of went from there really. He was looking for someone, and just kind of how it went. We're back on track, guys. Yes, it is. We're good. Drop all the clips into the timeline first. Yeah, so a lot of people do everything different really. It depends on the project. So for YouTube videos, or
At the end of the video,
Alex
if you go to
videos
my
in
link in the
particular
description,
anyway,
you'll-
it's all chronological for the most part. So I don't have to be chopping stuff back and forth. So I put it all in, and then I just go through it as I just edit it as I go, instead of sort of making cuts and then coming back into them. So that might be how it is. You play video games? I do. Right, I'm going to do a little bit of work before, because I feel like I haven't done anything yet, but I'll answer some more questions as we go on.
is at USA.com. I'm wearing their Westerns in Tortoise, which are my absolute favorite. And at the end of the video, if you go to my link in the description, you're going to be getting a special offer from them, so check them out at the end. More on them later.
So this is one of the reasons why I use Final Cut, is because to cut there, I literally just press one click, I press C. Whereas in Final Cut, in Premiere, I'd have to do like 5 button presses for that one command. Super easy. And then again, boom, just come along, cut it out, one more click, gone.
On them later. I hope you all saw the video of us painting this power hammer. I'm so excited with how it turned out. It looks really good. It looks really good. Really good.
Before we get cracking on making some tooling, though, you will see I have a sign on it saying, "Do not turn on."
So we keep the cuts in between talking as quick as it can be, really. And that's a style that we actually kind of, I mean, I'll let the cat out of the bag. Alec is quite a Logan Paul fan, to be honest. He's a bit of an idol of him. I think you said this in videos before, but the way that he's sort of grown and stuff, he sort of admires. And part of the style of his videos is everything's very, very quick. So there's no kind of dead air in between stuff. And it sort of keeps people engaged. Whereas like when you're doing a live stream like this and you keep pausing, then it's not very interesting. We try to do the opposite of that with the videos. So that is the idea behind that. We do get problems sometimes, which I'll show you further down. I'm sure there'll be a clip or two in here where it's kind of, we're missing the start of a sentence or something, and it does make it a bit of a pain sometimes. What proportion of your work is from Alec? Almost all of it these days. Yeah, almost all of it, really. You get the fast and drop marks, me still in Great Britain. Yeah, I still live in the UK. Alec abandoned me a couple of years ago.
Do not turn on.
And the reason for that is I don't have the oiler on it right now. And
I dropped the V-belt in here. I dropped the V-belt
So in here,
in here.
doesn't really need to be in there, so that'll just cut because it's a little bit of an awkward pause there.
so we need to get
And then again, just skim over all this and it's gone. I was going to say something a second ago. Do you do any freelancing then? A little bit from time to time, obviously not with the corona stuff going on, but occasionally I'll go out to, I still film some esports festivals and that kind of thing. Esports tournaments, events. But it's mostly just Alex stuff now.
and
I dropped the V-belt.
so we need to get this bell. So we need to get this bell. So we need to get this bell housing off so we can sort that all out.
Okay, now we're into montage. So what we got? We have real-time montage, no slow-mo, and it looks like okay, so we're pretty much just putting the power hammer back together, essentially. So what I like to do when I'm coming up to a montage is I'll find out how long it is. So we've got 53 clips. Obviously, 10 different things could happen in one clip, but I try to make a guess on it. So then I can decide how long it's probably going to be. I can decide how quick the pace wants to be. If it's an important montage like this, for instance, the video is not about building the power hammer or putting it back together. It's about making some tongs. So we want to get over this stuff quickly, but still show it. And so what I'll probably do for a montage like this, we'll do one of those like quick pace montages where it goes really fast cuts. And so sometimes I don't even use music for these, but we're going to use music for this one because we have 53 clips. So it's probably going to be a decent amount. So we'll talk about music, but I'm just going to read a couple more questions. Did you go to his wedding? Trying to come back, man. Yeah, I do need to come back to Tenerife when it's safe to do so. I would love to come back. Your storyboarding for each episode was Alec's idea. So it's actually very, very off the cusp. Like we would finish a project back when Alec was in the UK. Alec would finish a project after like 2 months or something, and then he wouldn't even have an idea of what the next thing was going to be that he was going to make. He'd just come in and he'd be like, right, we need to start a new project, Jamie. What should we make? And then we'd just spitball a couple ideas and he'd be like, yep, great. And then he would literally just turn the forge on, get a piece of steel, put it in the forge, and then just start whacking on it. I'm not even joking. He wouldn't even sort of plan or draw or sketch his ideas or anything like that. This was back in the day. Like, it's obviously a lot different now. Like, the craftsmanship, I'm not saying the craftsmanship was bad, but like the attention to detail is so much more now than what it was. And so it was back then, it was, I mean, Alec didn't even make knives for a long time. And so he'd just go ahead and start. But now obviously everything's quite meticulous and drawn out. But there's no storyboarding. It's just kind of as it is. And it's also supposed to be more of like a vloggy kind of style rather than a kind of, I don't know, produced kind of narrative. It's just kind of what happens in the day in the workshop, essentially. Such an Alec thing to do, dropping the belt, and it is such an Alec thing to do, isn't it? I had a quick little skim through the footage just to see what we've got coming up today, and I kind of know the narrative. So basically, fixes the power hammer, and then we build a plate to cover the hammer, and then we do some slow-mo forging further down the line, which is probably the stuff that you came to see because that stuff is the most interesting. So music, we have a very large music library selection, as you would imagine, after making years and years of videos. And it's actually comprised into 3 folders here, and it's very unorganized and very janky, but it's the way that I've always done it, and it's just how it is. There's not a good way to sort music, because obviously if I have rock music, for instance, which will be like here, which I don't use this folder, but for instance, I might have 1,000 pieces of rock music. So how am I meant to categorize what, there's so many different styles and stuff. So it is a bit of a nightmare. But we get our music from 3 different websites. So we use Epidemic Sound, Artlist, and Soundstripe. So I used Epidemic when I very first started with Alec, and it took, I don't know, it took a while, but I've pretty much evaporated all of the music out of it. I've used like every track on there now. They used to update way more often than they do now. It's like every 2 or 3 weeks or something now, but it used to be like every 3 or 4 days, which was really nice back in the day. So once I went through there, we got Artlist. Again, another great website, and that's lasted me a long time. And then literally a couple of weeks ago, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, we got Soundstripe, and I'm really loving Soundstripe so far. There is some fantastic bits of music on here, especially there's a genre on here called Southern Rock, which it really fits the style of the videos. It's cool. Like, I'll give you a taste. It's like meaty. You see what I mean? So there's some brilliant piece of music in here. For this montage, I want it to be really quick paced though, and it's not like slow-mo and like, I like to sort of decide on the music based on what's happening. So if there's a hammer montage, it's going to be like heavy stuff. Unless it's kind of like a chilled out hammer montage, then it might be a bit more chilled, and that grinding is probably a bit more heavy. Less heavy than hammered stuff, but like, you know, pretty heavy still. And then if we're doing kind of tidying the workshop, it might be quite happy and like faster pace. Because I want to go over this, we're going to use a faster pace track. And I didn't plan this as such, but I do have a track here, which I downloaded last week, and I wasn't sure if I would be able to find a use for it because it's a little bit wacky. It's one of those ones where it's like, oh, does that quite work? But it might do. So I'm going to play the first sort of 30 seconds of the track, and I want your guys' opinions on if we can make it work for this, because it's going to be a very quick, fast-paced montage. So on each beat will be a cut sort of thing. So let me know what you think. All right, it might be too much. It's catchy though. Right, that'll do. So I don't know. It's a little bit, I don't know. Does it work? Does the style work? Sometimes I have to like, not cut per beat as such, but every quarter beat or whatever it is. I don't know the technical term. I'll show you though, if you like the track enough. Did he start earlier? Yeah, so I messed the times up, and because I calculated the American time from GMT, Greenwich Median Time. But we're now in British summertime, so everything's an hour off. So I was a bit worried that people wouldn't have known that it was going to start early. We've still got like 50 people, that's pretty crazy. Use it, a couple of people calls a fit. Yeah, but that's the thing though. It's only going to be like a 20-second montage. It's not going to be like a extended sort of piece. It might even be shorter than that. It would be better for a grind in. I'm not sure if I like it for an edit. It's too fast paced, I'd say. But it could be fun. People are saying 50-50. Let's have a quick look on here and see if we can find something else to use. I'm not going to go with Southern Rock, so I'm not sure that would fit for it. We could go for electronic, maybe? What's this, Southern Rock electronic? That's a bit loud. So yeah, it's a bit generic. Should be for a grind montage. We counter it said 11 a.m. So edit a video, it's about 10 minutes long. That's way too slow again. Pace. Fast pace. Use it. Do a poll maybe. Like that. I don't know how I would do a poll. It's really hard trying to concentrate and sort of talk and engage people at the same time. No, I'm not feeling that either. It's most recent. We'll go by most recent. Song's a bit silly, but then so is dropping the belt. Yeah, that's a good point. Six Shoes sounded alright. I'll have another look in a sec. Ooh, this might be something. Yeah, I quite like this. What do you think of this, boys? Yeah, we're gonna go with that. So yes, I saw someone saying $11 a month. I think Soundstripe is about that. It's not too expensive, and it's pretty ridiculous how cheap you can get music for these days, like licensed music. It's unlimited licensed music for like $12 a month. That's like, it's insane. We use so many tracks as well. You have to actually fill out a license form on Soundstripe. You don't on the other ones, so that's a bit new. And bish bash bosh. There we go. So we're going to drag this on in. What we got going on here? We're up to 60 people now, which is like... I feel like the pressure's gone off me a little bit as well. When I first started the stream, I was very, very nervous, to be honest, but it's all good. This one is a lot better. Yeah, spot on. I like that one. Can you just use it without credit? Yeah, so we don't have to credit them. It's like sort of tied in with how it works, basically. Right.
So we can sort that all out.
So I'm going to start straight on this beat. So I'll line that up there. I've kind of worried that this might be a bit too quick, to be honest. What I'm going to do is I'm going to exaggerate the fact that it's a fast montage by selecting all the clips. Like so, and I'm going to make them 150% speed, so everything's a little bit more, everything's a bit quicker. Do you need to add blurb to the description? I don't believe so, no. I think you have to with Epidemic. That's the only one though. Everyone else has just kind of figured itself out, I'm pretty sure. The time was wrong. Yeah, the time was wrong. Sorry, it was an hour out. Your video gets millions of views, mate. It is pretty crazy to think, yeah. Soundstripe then. Christ, this is pretty quick. What's he doing there? He goes the wrong way. I might have set myself up for a challenge here because this is it's a really weird beat and it's quick, so I don't want it to be too quick. I'm off, bro. You still owe me a few beers. Talk later. Catch that, Will, man. Thanks for dropping in. It's cool to see you, dude. Right. I don't have a Squarespace website. I'm possibly going to do another live stream like this in the future. Yeah, I might do. I don't know. We'll see how it goes and if people have an interest. I know it's obviously not the most interesting thing, but some people like to see how things are made. You know, if Alec has 2 million subscribers, I'm sure there's at least, you know, a couple of dozen people who are interested in how they work. Alec can't get the Alec key in the bolt. Too quick, bro. No, it's cool. It'll sort itself out. It'll appear quick to begin with, but I'll change the pace as we go, so it'll be good. Maybe try a halftime instead. Every bar is a cut. I'm gonna feel like Edgar Wrighty. Well, so some of them will be one beat and some of them will be 2 beats. So I'll stretch it a bit. Your favorite, lad? My favorite what? What happened? How long does it take to edit videos 10 minutes long? It really depends, because if there's lots of slow motion of hammers and stuff, that takes way longer to edit than this kind of stuff does. You have the wrong... So like here, for instance, we're going to go back to a double beat or a single beat, or however you would say. So we'll slow down a little bit here. We've got a couple of longer clips. And then we're going to go boom, boom, and then straight back into another double clip. So you got to think like this stuff isn't super interesting, so we're glossing over it and we're trying to add energy into it with the pace and the music. Maybe you can make a best of Alec Steele. The thing is, like, those compilation kind of videos are so time consuming because people are, like, there's so many episodes to keep on track of all like the mistakes and stuff. It would take a long time to figure all that out. Do you know what happens to this project once you finish with them, like the Sasquatch Trap? I'm not sure where that one is actually, but for the most part, they all just stick around in the workshop. They either go on the walls or occasionally he sells projects, but not too many really. So they normally just end up around the workshop. But yeah, I'm not sure where the Sasquatch Trap is really. See, it's kind of annoying because I wish that he had two clean pulls of that spanner there so that I could have had a longer clip, but he messes it up, so I might have to fake it. Yeah, so you don't even know that's there. Kind of disguised. And obviously we have a lot of clips which are just kind of, they don't need to be there at all. So like this, he must have went to go get another tool, but there's no footage of him getting it. So this doesn't need to be there. So we'll just come straight back to this. Again, we have a clip of him looking at it. Probably don't need that. Alec tried with all of his strength to pull the thing up. Look at him go. You hear his little squeak laugh as well, look. Right, that needs to be longer. He doesn't pull this screw out, which is a bit of a pain really, because it's he's loosening it, but then he's pulling it out, which he hasn't taken the bolt out, so it's a little bit of a contextual problem. And again here, so we're going to cut straight into that, I think. Okay. Oh, what's this?
Took it off, I found that this pulley had actually come loose.
Oh, we've got a talking segment in here, hidden away.
I took it off, I found that when I took it off,
What's going on here? I missed a clip.
When I took it off, I found that this pulley had actually come loose again.
Ah, okay. That was a bit of a weird way to start that sentence, to be honest.
When I took it off,
That's nice because it ends on a nice, whatchamacallit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag in we'll go for a zoom in. So these are the transitions that I use. They are Pixel Film Studios. You can't see because it's under my webcam. But these are the transitions I typically use. You drag them in, you retime them to however long you want them to last, and that's pretty much how it goes. I have to leave. Wish you the best. Really interesting seeing how you work. Great stuff. Big fan of your work. Cheers, mate. Catch you later, Knives. Sub Knives. I guess you're going to make some knives, so have fun. What would be your number one tip for a beginner video editor? Start a YouTube channel making various stuff. Number one tip. A tip I would give you to start with. So you need muscle memory to just be able to not have to think about what you're doing. You're just kind of using your brain and you're not thinking about what you're pressing. So my keybinds I use, if you look down at your keyboard now while I'm talking to you about this, I can show you what you're looking at. So I use V as like my select normal tool. It's your arrow tool, whatever it's called. C is my blade tool. So I use C for cut. X is delete. So if I click on a clip, I have V, C, X all right next to each other. Then I use D and F to zoom in and out of the timeline. So I can zoom in and out. And then obviously I use my trackpad for moving sideways on the timeline. So I have all 5 of those keys are all right on one hand's width here. So instead of having to delete a clip by going up to the backspace or the delete key, it's all right here, and it makes everything so much faster. Like I can edit like twice the speed because of that, essentially. Did you study for work at all? Finishing BA TV production and kind of regretting it. I actually done a degree in graphic communication, so basically graphic design. And halfway through that, I made a video for one of my projects, and I was like, this is so much more fun than making posters and logos. So I just kind of, I let that go, and I started making videos from then on. My uni tutors weren't very impressed with it, but it worked out. It worked out. I tried editing before. The stuff you do in 5 minutes, like 30 minutes or more. So, I mean, I've obviously been doing it for years. It's not like, it's not rocket science or anything like that. It's just the more you do it, the easier and quicker it gets. Efficiency, I guess, would be the word. How's it going, Josh? Nice to see you, Roya. Quite interesting how you go through the clips. Yeah, so it's, for something like this where it's chronological, I just go through as I'm editing. Whereas if I was editing like a trailer for something where it's just a mishmash of footage and I'm selecting different parts, then I would do it in a completely different way to this. But because all of the footage gets used as it's a vlog, this is the best way to do it, in my opinion.
When I took it off, I found that this pulley had actually come loose again. Same thing we found the very first time we opened this up. So what I'm going to do is degrease this grub screw, degrease the hole, and then we'll put some Loctite in and really crank down on it. Make sure we keep this straight. Make sure we keep this not slipping around on the shaft. Put some Loctite in and really crank down on it. Make sure we keep this not slipping around on the shaft. This is that belt I was talking about.
Right. Yes, the keybinds are customizable, so you can set them to whatever you want. But that one day I was editing, I was like, I kept going back and forth with my arm like this from where I was editing with these keys up to delete a clip, and I was like, why am I doing this? I'll just put delete down here with the rest of them, and you wouldn't believe the amount of, it's so much quicker, so much less movement. Right, what have I done here? There we go.
When I took it off, I found that this pulley had...
So the music works quite nicely there because it pulls out, it has a change in the melody when Alex starts talking. Love it when that happens. So I'm just bringing the music volume down while he's talking. And this is another thing which you just I just know from editing so many, that the audio when he's talking wants to be about -26 to -30, depending on how loud the music is. This is all on 0 decibels right now, but it'll come down to -8 or 9 afterwards. Otherwise, it'll be too loud for everyone else. But for whatever reason, my stream's actually quite quiet. When I was doing the tests, I found that it was quite quiet, so it should be okay. I also did the thumbnails for Alec. That is a bit 50-50, really. I used to do all of the thumbnails, and then we have Callan now, who is a fantastic photographer who works obviously in the workshop, and he takes all the photos, obviously, and so he does them for the most part now. But I occasionally do them if a photo hasn't been taken for some reason or something like that. But yeah, so not so much anymore. Lappy Restorations, I love your work. What do you restore? Lappy Restoration, can I click that? No, I can't. It doesn't work. I've lost OBS, there we go.
Flipping around on the shaft. This is that belt I was talking about.
Quite like that. The spray is on the beat of the bum bum. Almost. What is this that he's trying to do here? I think it's a crisp on the end. Nothing's coming out of it. Ah, that's kind of annoying. I haven't got the footage of it actually coming out onto the thing. I have the footage of it on the thing. That time is not quite right there.
Talking about.
That'll have to do. What I'm going to do here, with the GH5, the first sort of half a second of a clip for whatever reason doesn't record audio, so we have a little gap of audio here. So I'm just going to detach and bring it along, and I might reattach those again. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to bother with that. And so we'll have that ambient noise still there. I really wish I had more of this clip. Should we do a really weird speed ramp here? It might not work. It might be a bit dodgy. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Right, let's have a look what we've got so far. How long are the clips in average Alex sends you? Do you mean each individual clip? Because it can really, really vary. Some of these clips towards the end here of the slow-mo forging, you can see here they're 26 minutes long, that one, 20 minutes, 20. I think some of these ones in 1.2 are, what have we got here? This one here, some of them are really long here, I think. But anyway, the slow-mo ones are really long. We haven't got the fantastic Isaiah in at the moment because obviously the lockdown. So Alec is filming everything on his own again on tripods. So whereas we have like static tripod shots now with slow-mo, which is fine. Like I can do quite a lot with them. But we normally have Isaiah going around with the camera, so it's all a bit more fluid. When you're done with the videos, what is the peak decibel? So the music drops down to -8 or -9 decibels, that is. During talking segments, as I said a minute ago, it drops down to about -26, -30. And that's just kind of how I've figured it out really over the course of time. -3 decibels is good for YouTube. We don't do a full audio check. Everything is kind of left how it is. Like I don't touch Alec's audio. The audio is how it comes out. And part of like with the YouTube videos, it's not about creating like a feature film. It's about the efficiency of being able to put a video out every day is kind of the philosophy that we try to go by. It's obviously slowed down a bit in recent times because of like lockdown, and Alec has a lot of stuff on his plate as well with like the anvil that you saw last week and stuff. He's doing a lot of other stuff behind the scenes that he wasn't doing. And so that's why we slow down a little bit, that kind of stuff. What editor is this? It's Final Cut Pro on Apple. It's a Apple only product, unfortunately. It just sets up the camera and works, and then you grab what you can from within the clip. Exactly, yeah. So, well, actually, this stuff at the moment, I would assume it's Mrs. Steele who is filming him, because they're the only people in the workshop at the moment. Got to head off soon. Are you on Twitter so I can catch you if you do this again? I'm not on Twitter, but you can follow me on Instagram at jamie.popple. But yeah, I'll probably be doing another one again, I guess. We'll see. It's been quite fun so far, to be honest, like answering questions and getting to know people a bit more. What do you use to make thumbnails? They are, well, the photos get made in Lightroom, and then the thumbnails are put together in Photoshop. Right. Look at that. I need to fade this in as well. On the intros, I normally go about 20, 22.
Get this bell housing off so we can sort out all that.
Hold on.
Right now.
Premiere Pro is better. It's just not though, is it? It's just not. Like, you won't understand if you haven't used Final Cut, but Final Cut is about 3 times as fast. I've said it a few times already, so I'm not going to delve too much. But it's so much more optimized as well, and this never crashes. Final Cut never crashes. Premiere Pro crashes every 10 seconds.
I dropped the V-belt.
So we need to get this bell housing off so we can sort out all that.
When I took it off, I found that this pulley had actually come...
What happened there? Why is that faded off?
When I took it off, I found that this pulley had actually come loose again. Same thing we found the very first time we opened this up. So what I'm going to do is degrease this grub screw, degrease the hole, and then we'll put some Loctite in and really crank down on it. Make sure we keep this not slipping around on the shaft. This is that belt I was talking about.
Okay. I'm happy with it so far. I think it's looking quite cool. Not too bad. I bet Vegas crashes more. So I started out using Sony Vegas, actually. Vegas was the editor that I started with. I used to make Call of Duty 4 frag movie videos of like gameplay using a... what was that thing even called? The capture card you used to plug into your TV. A Pinnacle. Actually, so Pinnacle Studio would have technically been the first thing I used, and Sony Vegas. This has been great to see. I feel like what I've been doing so far is on track. Just need to keep with it. Is that in terms of editing? I'm assuming so. It could be to do with putting back a power hammer with their grub screws and stuff. But yeah, no, there's not too much to it really. There's, I mean, it's not like you just kind of you learn what footage is useful and what isn't, and what's good to dwell on a bit more and what's not. So, Scaly, huge fan of your work, Jamie. Nice to have you here, man. Thanks very much. I was the same at a degree in graphic design. After doing a few video projects, I ended up falling into a job. Yeah, I mean, yeah, same thing. It's so much better. Like, graphic design has a lot of competition as well in the industry. Like, it's difficult, and I know like a lot of people who I went to uni with became interns, and that's fine, but that's not the route that I wanted to go down really. I went straight into freelancing, and I was actually freelancing before I finished uni, but just kind of carried on with it really. But yeah, it's difficult to get a good job in graphic design because of the competition, I think, whereas freelance are just kind of... I've been very fortunate, to be fair. I have been very lucky with the opportunities that I've had come up. Do you go back and forth with Alec on the final edit? So we use... What do you use for that back and forth? So we upload straight to Vimeo, and then in Vimeo there is a... you can put a timestamp for things, and it's all ordered by time, so that's nice. There's not usually too many changes. It's normally like take out this sentence, or I don't know, things like that really. It's normally just talking points or something like that. There's never really, change this music or something. It's never really that big a change. So they don't take too long to do the changes. Power Director, any good? I've never heard of it. I've never heard of Power Director, so I couldn't tell you. Oh, we have the old popping on. I actually kind of like the first take he done better, even though it's a bit lower down. I feel like it's... It needs to be a bit quicker though. Okay, it's getting a bit tricky. Okay, power director is okay, it feels a bit clunky. It shoves ads in your face. Is it like an online, in your web browser kind of thing? My girlfriend used to edit stuff for her work using one of the online editors, and I used to take the mick out of her a little bit, to be honest. But we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. DaVinci Resolve, free, and it works for me. Yeah, so if you're looking for a free editor, I'd definitely go with DaVinci Resolve because people use it in the industry and it's free. So I don't know if you could say that about any of the other ones. So it is pretty good. I need to bring the audio of all this down because you can hear the forklift in the background and it's very distracting. Okay.
Shaft. This is that belt I was talking about.
How long have we got more of this? We've got about 22 clips. That's cool. So we should... Music changes again. We'll find out when we get to it. Are they shooting in Vlog? It looks very flat. Yes, they're shooting Vlog. I think... I can't actually quite remember. It might have changed since when I was doing it. We used to shoot in Vlog though. So actually... I don't think we did. I think Vlog was a bit too flat for Alec. I think we're like somewhere in the middle. But yeah, it's a flat profile. It's a program that you download. It just adds. Well, I would get DaVinci Resolve. Give it a go. How is the footage always so perfectly stable? It's the GH5. The in-camera stabilization is amazing. That is exactly the answer. The GH5 is a god camera. Never to be dethroned. I'm not sure if Matt is still here, but we have a good friend who bought the GH5S where they took the stabilization out, and we forever took the mick out of him, and he ended up caving and buying a normal GH5. So the GH5 is a very good, great camera. When is this video coming out? It's not finished. I only have probably not even half the footage, I don't think, looking at it. So probably not until maybe towards the end of the week, I guess, like a Thursday maybe. If I have all the footage, I typically can edit a full video in a day. So unless it's something ridiculous. There he is. James is there. Jake's on news and I have both. Yeah, well, you know, you saw the light. At least it took you a while. Shout out to James. You're both there. Oh, it's out of focus, that. Okay. You don't have to be that quiet. Right, I'm trying to decide what I want to do for the change in music here, because it slows down. It's like a little fill, but it doesn't really give me many options, to be honest. If I go for a little double crank. Okay. Oh, I made a wrong cut. I like that. I'm gonna drop the audio down and fade it in a little bit because it's quite abrupt. And that's a brilliant place for a transition. So I really tried my best not to overdo the transitions. I use them sparingly, I would say. We're going to go for a zoom out on this one. I'm feeling... Why is that being weird? Oh, there. Drag it in, speed it down. Maybe a bit slow. One of the things, literally the only bad thing I can say about Final Cut on Mac is that the transitions, they don't like to play. I mean, they're fine, but they don't play. I don't know why this is working, they're normally really laggy when I play back. I'm not sure if it's because I've waited a long time between editing, so everything's rendered. You work 8-hour days. It depends, really. It depends on how long the videos are. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. A couple of months ago, I went away to America, obviously, to visit Alec. And when I came back, I had a long backlog. And sometimes I was working like 10, 12-hour days. And at the end of last year as well, in October, I done a bunch of work with Colin Furs. And I was doing Alex stuff as well, so that was like 12-hour days, or like a week or two. Do you add sound effects or are all native from the video? No, not typically, no. Only for sort of comedic things, really, or if we go back in time or something like that. So not too much, really. Because these are all things which, like, again, color grading. We don't really do color grading too much. We have a preset LUT, which we put on. If there's clips which are drastically different, and I tweak them, but for the most part, it's just bang a LUT on there, and it's matches. You know, we use the same LUT. It's the same workshop. It's the same lighting, so it's generally pretty good. But then that's another thing is, like, you know, if we go through and color grade things, that's like another 50% of the editing time again. So it just makes everything a lot longer. Are you going to move to Montana? I did think about it, and I would consider it, but it's not really possible with the whole visa thing. It's a bit of a nightmare. You can get this like VIP visa thing, but you have to have like awards and things like that from like BAFTA and stuff like that, or like something pretty high end to say that you're a VIP. So that obviously doesn't qualify me. How do you transfer raw data? Dropbox. One man in shed, love Colin Furs. Yeah, he's exactly how he is on camera, off camera. He's mental, to be honest. He's crazy, but he was a good laugh. It's fun working with him. I don't know how you edited for Colin. No, I helped him with the Star Wars project because it was like a big sponsored project with Disney and eBay and children in need as well. So that was a big project. So I helped him out with that, and also the one before, which was another big one, which was the Blizzard Junkrat Riptire. So I helped him with those two projects. And I think, you know, when there's bigger stuff like that, he'll give me a call, or the reveals for stuff as well, like bits and bobs like that. What wireless mic does Alec use? So we used to use a Sennheiser G400, I think it is called. We used to have a lav set for them, but we don't use them anymore because when we transitioned between having Alec and Will, it was an absolute nightmare having two lav setups. And we had a lot of problems. Also, the lavs always get snagged on stuff and break, so we'd go through a lav every week or something ridiculous. So we just use a shotgun mic now. So I'm thinking Alec is using the Rode Video Mic Pro, and that's what they use for the audio. We can give you an award for being a true hero of Alec Steele. Yeah, see, I'm not sure that would hold up as a real governing body, which is a shame. I don't know if you guys heard that. I'm not sure if it came through my PC or my MacBook. I'm actually going to slow that down back to 100%. Okay. What is he doing there? So like there, just deleted 4 clips, which didn't need to be in there really. It's all a bit clunky. Yeah, we heard it. Check for messages thinking it was me. I've done that in the past, listening to other people. Also taking notes. What notes are you even taking? I don't think I've given many tips really. More of this, please. How's it going, Jim? Good to see you, man. Thought the message was for me. I think everybody just opened their Facebook then. Do you, Alec, keep all the footage long term? If so, where is it stored? So the Dropbox gets wiped every... I don't really know, to be honest. Every sort of... It's a while anyway, maybe like four months or something like that. We have a business Dropbox, which is 8 terabytes, I think, or something ridiculous like that. And then the footage is backed up onto... proper hard drives, external hard drives, and then so they're stored that way. I think they're backed up twice, and with Forged with Steel, the history show on the TV, they sort of take like the raw footage and stuff for that kind of stuff, so that's why we back it all up really. So yeah, it's all kept. The Dropbox is kept wiped every sort of 4 months, but I unlocalize stuff after I've finished with it, so it's not taking up room on my hard drive, so it's all just there technically. Second page of 4 notes. You're definitely joking, you are. Dad is watching. How's it going, Dad? It's a bit embarrassing. The Saramonic lav mics will run 2 mics into 1 receiver, but still I get how they get caught. They do get caught, but with the we had the GH5 XLR top mount thing, I can't remember what it's called. They had one of those with two receivers going in, and then both of them wore a transmitter each. But then I'm not sure how it would be now, to be fair, but back then when they first started, Will was way quieter than Alec. So we'd have Will way higher on his settings, on his decibels to pick him up, because he was a bit more timid than Alec is. Because Alec shouts and talks like this all the time. So when I would be editing, it would be a nightmare sometimes. Because one person would leave their lav on the desk while they were having lunch or something like that, and I'd have to try and use the audio from the other one, and then also they'd be left off all the time and things like that. So we had so many issues where like the lav would be turned off, they would think it was on, and we'd have no audio for 40 clips, and it's all talking, and then we'd have to go back and like fill in like fake, we'd have to like dub in fake clips to tell a story. I think we're coming to the end of this montage there. What's this?
You ready?
Yeah.
Smooth. No, we're back at 100%, that's good. I'll do a small little speed ramp here. And again. This is really annoying. I don't know why this happens when you speed ramp. When you can't drag the clip sometimes. Why does that happen? It's a bit jarring, that. Let me... $250. That works. Yeah, I also hate how the time remapping is on Final Cut. On Premiere compared to Final Cut. It's so much better on Final Cut than Premiere. When you got to like keyframe it and all that naff stuff. This is so much better, and it fades in nicely. It's way better. Although you can't go down from like, you can't decide how. I don't know how to explain it, but you can't. It doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't have the quite the finesse that you get normally. Done a side of A4 paper so far. Very interested to see what you guys have written down. Because obviously from my perspective, it's like, you know, nothing special really. So it's interesting that people have learnt stuff, which I'm happy about. It's cool. I remember the first live cast with the Sennheiser mics with Sam at Norwich. Those were the days. Live cast. Are you talking about the live show back in the day? Because I wasn't around then. That was before my time. It was weird because I joined Alec literally a week before he moved to the other shop up in the north coast. So I used to live, and I still technically do. I live like literally minutes away from Barker Street Forge. And so when I first got the job with Alec, I mean, he obviously told me this straight away, but it was a bit of a kick in the teeth. But it's like, it's, yeah, you're just down the road now, but we're going to be moving an hour away next week to this much bigger workshop. And I was like, oh, that's so annoying. I could have been here for like months just down the road. So I had a 2-hour commute each day, basically. I drove an hour each way to the other shop in Fakenham. But it was, good times. Use Epidemic Sound for music. Yeah, so we use Epidemic, Artlist, and Soundstripe, and we got them in that order. We've had Soundstripe about 2 or 3 weeks. How much footage gets shot versus how much ends up in the final edit? That's kind of depending too. A lot more than you would think gets used. Pretty much everything gets used almost. Where's an ad there? Hashtag ad. Anyway, oh no, did I give an ad? What did I talk about? I don't know. But anyway, for some reason your stream is not showing up under subscriptions tab. Yeah, YouTube's a bit weird, isn't it, sometimes? What was I saying? I was saying something about something. How much footage gets used? Yeah, most of it. Will likes to talk about the processes a lot more, like more of a tutorial-y kind of thing. So some of that stuff gets cut out because otherwise we end up with a really long video. Like some of the video which is coming out, I think tonight actually. I need to upload that to Alec Steele, but that's all good. That should be coming out tonight, and I cut a lot out of that from talking wise. Some reason is this your full-time job? It is, yes, 5 days a week, 1080p 4K, 1080p footage. 4K would just be ridiculous to send over Dropbox. I actually need to send over the ad. I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to chuck it on. I'm still here, so hopefully the uploading this doesn't mess with this stream too much. I don't think it will really. Upload videos. Right, we'll find out how this goes. So right now I'm uploading Will's Damascus hand tool knife version 2, yeah, so this is the edited version with the sponsor to Vimeo, and I'm doing it while I'm streaming, so let's see how it goes. I actually have really good internet. I've got like 350 meg down and like 40 up or something, so hopefully it doesn't destroy the stream. Okay, we're at the end. So I usually tell the music off for, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. It's a shame we didn't end there. That'd have been nice. So ideally we'd have ended on the, but that's fine. It looks like we've got a fairly big amount of talking coming up. 4.5 minutes. That'll probably cut down into maybe 2.5 minutes of talking, hopefully. And I do tend to edit Alec a bit too. If things don't necessarily need to be said, then they go to keep the energy up and the engagement and that sort of stuff.
All right, so the hammer's back up and running. All right, so the
Okay. So as I said, these all come down to -8 usually, -8 decibels. And there we go. We have a finished montage, which is a minute long with the talking segment in the middle, so not too bad. How is the stream? We've only got 0.1 drop frames, so I think it's all good still. So I've got to upload the video to Vimeo before I started streaming, so I had just sent the video over to Alec.
All right, so the hammer's back up and running. All right, so the hammer's back up and running. This is a project that I want to make some tools for. Let me say this again. Right, so we got the hammer back up and running. Now on to what is the... Now... Right, so we got the hammer back up and running. Oil is good to... Right, so we got the hammer back up and running. Now on to... Right, so we got the hammer back up and running. Now on to what the project is.
It's not the project for this video, I don't
Got some
think,
bloopers
unless
there,
I
guys.
all of a sudden become a very, very fast metal worker. But have a look. Fast metal worker.
Dumbest
But have a
thing I
look
had to
at
edit
these
out.
glorious bits, 1045 round. These are 3 inches or 3.5 inch rounds.
Got that a bit early. Dumbest thing I had to edit out.
Hot rolled steel. And I tell you, hot rolled or 3.5 inch rounds. Hot rolled steel. And I tell you, it just screams of, and I tell you, it just, and I tell you, it's, and I tell you, it's just yelping possibility.
Dumbest thing I edited out. We tend not to edit the dumb things out because the dumb things are funny normally. Not really sure what a good answer would be for that, to be honest. Yeah, nothing comes to my head really. Yeah, like I said, we keep most of the dumb things in because they're funny. Stream is still healthy. Good. You're great at it, speaking by my own experience. Sometimes it could be a right idea for my clients. Oh, that's really cool. I don't know what kind of ideas it would be though. But yeah, thanks for the kind words. How much planning goes into montage sequences like this and sequences where Alec is speaking? Does he talk more off script or does he off the cuff? Alec is fantastic at just speaking. I don't know how he does it. He just I don't know. He just starts speaking and it just works. So there's not normally retakes of anything apart from sometimes sponsors things as retakes. Sometimes he might not like the way that he said something, so he'll re-say it. Or sometimes he might think that he took too long to say something, so he'll redo it that way. But was that the question? How much planning goes? Yeah, so not much planning really goes into the talking, and Alec will just turn the camera and start speaking. One thing I have noticed is when you're working, I've been in like 2 or 3 videos, maybe 4 or something like that. But when I'm not used to being on camera. I'm on the other side of the camera. So when I have to like speak and I know I'm looking into the camera like I am now, and I'm like, obviously right now I'm addressing 50 people, but on the YouTube channel, like potentially 1 million people at the time. Or like 2 million obviously last month. And I'm like looking at it and it's like looking at 2 million people. And if you say something not wrong as in like a bad thing, but like wrong as in like, oh, I could have said that a bit better, like that was a bit awkward or something, you don't really get a chance to reshoot it with Alec because he's already there. He's like, well, you've said something. He's already 10 seconds down into his next tangent. So does Alec get his tongue tied very often? Yeah, pretty often. Probably a couple of times in each video, I guess. Does he auto cue sponsors? Auto cue. What is auto cue? Oh no, you like read them off a script? No, there's like normally bullet points which he sort of abides by, like sticks to, and then he just off the cusp. But a lot of the sponsors are, we have the same sponsors all the time and we've had them for a long time. So he's really, he knows what to say and he knows the briefs and things like that. Apart from Raid Shadow Legends, which changes every single time. So that's how much that is. How much effort to edit out Mrs. Steele? Not too much effort really. There was one frame or something where you could see half of her face in the video. With all the time lapses and stuff, it's really difficult to make sure there's nothing in there. But yeah, not too much effort really. It's just a Gaussian blur with a mask on it, and we do the thing for Ace. Did I blur out Ace? I think I forgot to blur out Ace on the Paint and the Power Hammer video when he went to Ace to get white paint. I didn't blur out the Ace logo on the invoice, I don't think. I remember thinking to do it, and then I must have carried on and forgotten it, and I've just remembered that I didn't do it. But yeah, planning and montage sequences, not too much really. I just think about the pace that I want to set, how much impact there is in the footage. Like if it's a hammering thing, and it's like obviously a lot more oomph going on, and if there's like, you know, something else like hand sanding, it might be a bit more chilled out, and I just kind of go from there really. Ace wasn't blurred. Wondered about that too. Yeah, damn, I can't believe I forgot to do that. I mean, they don't say anything anymore about it, but yeah, I forgot to do that.
Possibility.
That steel is for making some sledgehammers. We've got to make some sledgehammers. It's very exciting. Some 12-pound sledges. This is what a 12-pound sledge looks like. This particular one was made by Brent Bailey, and this was given to me by Brian Brazil. And this is just a lovely sledge.
So here,
Made by Brent Bailey. Exciting. Some 12-pound sledges. This is what a 12-pound.
Possibility.
That steel is for making some sledgehammer.
Possibility.
That steel is for making sledge. In the past, lovely sledge. In the past, I've made a small number of sledgehammers of a few different styles, mostly like this right there. Kind of a little bit square circle rounding hammer style.
Can you repeat that?
Mostly like this. This right there. Kind of a little bit square circle rounding hammer style.
Can you repeat
that doesn't really need repeating.
Mostly like this right here, which is kind of the square circle rounding hammer style. Like this. Mostly like this right here, which is kind of this, which is kind of the this, which is kind of the square circle rounding hammer style. Hammer style. I believe this.
So there was like 3 different options which would have worked there, and I went with that one. That's so boring. Right, as you approach Ace for a deal, I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I'm not sure. Where's Ace for Sticky but not Home Depot? Been a lot of illusion. I don't really know where the Ace thing came from. I think it's just because they spent so much money at Ace and they didn't come to him with a sponsorship, or I don't really know. I can't remember where the story originated, but yeah, I've killed the meme, haven't I? Killed it dead by missing it out. Is there a problem that you didn't play around Ace? It's not a problem though. It's just a shame that I've forgot the meme. So I'll have to double blur it next time, I guess, or something like that. What program are you working on? It seems fast. It's Final Cut Pro. I have said it about 10 times, so sorry for people who've heard, but it's so much faster than Premiere. And yes, it is very quick. It's very efficient. It's a very efficient program. Rather uninformed in terms of subject. No, so it's just a meme that we blur out Ace, basically. We don't give them free publicity. Which is just a thing, which is carried on. How much time is saved by having someone operate the camera versus having Alex set it up? So I don't think, probably a decent amount, but it's not so much the time, it's more the contrast, or not the contrast, the variety of footage that you get with someone filming. So when Alex filming himself, he has it on a tripod and it's very static. It doesn't move as much. So obviously when Isaiah's filming him, he'll film 10 different clips of one angle, whereas Alec would have filmed one angle instead of those 10 clips. If that makes I could have explained that way easier, but you get what I'm saying. There's more variation in footage when Isaiah is... I feel like I'm not talking into my mic. It's like underneath my chin.
Style. I believe this particular one I actually made out of an old hydraulic shaft, which I
He made out of a hydraulic shaft?
I believe this particular one I actually made out of an old hydraulic shaft, which I
That's pretty cool. I missed a T off there.
which I ground off the chrome coating on and then forged with, and it ended up developing some cracks. So either I wasn't very good at heat treating then, or the shaft was a little problematic. But there we go. Like rats, I messed it up. I forgot what I was saying. So I'll say it a different way.
There we go. There's a tongue-tied mess up.
Hold on.
What hardware? I'm on a 2016 MacBook Pro, so it's fairly old, but it still runs everything absolutely fine. I work with a lot of 4K footage for other projects, and that's all fine. I never even have to proxy anything. It's great, and that's because it's so optimized, whereas Premiere Pro is just not optimized at all.
But there we go. In the past, I've made a small number of sledgehammers, most of them looking a little bit like this. So this is kind of square circle rounding hammer.
Okay, we need to go back here. We've missed.
Files mostly like. Past, I've made a small. In the past, I've made.
Oh, so we're literally just missing all of this.
In the past, I've made a small number of sledgehammers, most of them looking a little bit like this. So this is kind of square circle rounding hammer, you know, forged troughs, forged cheeks kind of style, which looks pretty cool. I don't know if we're going to go full on this style just yet.
So Premiere obviously works with After Effects, it's Adobe. Final Cut is in Adobe, so it doesn't work with After Effects in the same way. I used to use After Effects for various things back in the day, but I can't remember the last time I needed to use it for any kind of professional work, but so I don't have that problem. But yeah, it's kind of disconnected from everything. It's just an editor really. So if you need rest of the Adobe suite, then Premiere is probably your way to go. But yeah, it's just nowhere near as optimized as Final Cut is. But yeah, I use Premiere as well, but it depends on the project. For all the YouTube stuff is always on here because it's chronological and it just zips through everything. Whereas Premiere is better if you're, like I used the analogy earlier, if you're making like a trailer where you have like a mishmash of footage and you need to select the best bit and it's all out of chronology, out of order sort of thing, and you know, different documentary like speaking over voiceovers and stuff like that, then Premiere is the way to go. But for this kind of work, Final Cut is so superior compared. Back here, Will's back. Where did you even go, man? Did you go for lunch or something like that? I really miss carne asada, man. I need some carne asada in my life again. Well, it's really weird when you take the headphones off and I can hear myself talk. It's very strange. Will is back. Will, you even have fans now? Right.
You know, forged troughs, forged cheeks kind of style, which looks pretty cool. I don't know if we're going to go full on this style just yet. That is to be decided. But what I do know is this is a heavy piece of steel. It's also a very large diameter. Also a very large.
It's not ideal because he kind of gets quieter as he turns away.
Just yet. That is to be decided. But what I do know is this is a heavy piece of steel. It's also a very large diameter of steel, which means that, you know, the tongs that I'm usually using are not going to be up to snuff for this. When you have when you have such a heavy piece, can I have you go up and down? There we go. So we a little wider. When you have a big piece of things that I'm usually using are not going to be up to snuff for this. When you have a big piece of steel like this, not only do you need to be able to.
Oh, she made some yesterday? No way. I saw the video of Benita and Mac yesterday on Facebook, which is really cool. Thank you for the feedback. What is your process? Stock footage and then fine tuning. So I kind of go through, I just edit as it comes along really. It's all just in a timeline. I just blast through. If it's good, it stays in. If it's not, it gets out. And that's one of the nice things about editing vlogs. It's chronological and it's nice. Premiere is great. Final Cut Pro DaVinci work pretty well. Do you use Final Cut now, Will? You definitely use Premiere still. Yeah, I don't think you'd ever go to Final Cut, would you? I like the camera direction from Alec. Yeah, so he'll direct a little bit sometimes, and you'll hear that, you know, with Isaiah and stuff sometimes too.
I'm usually using are not going to be up to snuff for this. When you have a big piece of steel like this, not only do you need to be able to grip onto the big piece of steel, but you need some extra leverage on the tongs for the weight. This is a pair of tongs we found in a local like antique store, funnily enough. And these are a lot closer, but they're really not built for that size of stock. but you'll see by having a tong that has a much longer rein for that heavy stock, you can push down against this hand and get some leverage against this hand and get some leverage against this hand and get some leverage on your and get some this hand and get some leverage on that heavy bar stock.
Okay.
Same thing applies with our kind of pickup.
So this stuff all has to stay in really because it's kind of explaining stuff, but we actually don't have too much talking here, do we? It's going to count to about 2 minutes, I think. Only After Effects. Full use DaVinci Resolve now? Oh. I mean, I've heard a lot about DaVinci, but I've never tried it myself. But if anybody, people ask me all the time about editing things for some reason, like people who aren't, you know, in the creative sector or whatever. People are always asking, oh, I need to make this video for work or something. What's a good online editor or something I can use? I try to put them in the way of DaVinci because it's free and supposedly good. How sick are you, Alec's voice after weeks of editing? Your weekends are probably silent nature walks. It doesn't faze me at all, to be honest. And obviously I'm working, this is a little bit of somber though, actually. It's not entirely true, but obviously I work from home on my own. So I hear Alec's voice and it's like, as if I'm having a conversation with someone instead of just sitting in a room on my own all day. So there you have it.
You can push down against this hand and get some leverage on that heavy bar stock. Same thing applies with our kind of pickup tongs. Is we want to make sure that we've got a good gripping size for it, but also that they're maybe a little bit longer for grabbing onto it and getting some leverage as we pull it out of the fire and manipulate it to punch holes, etc. So, long and short of it is, there's a number of
I really hate it when this happens, when this is a specific example, when the camera follows Alec as he's like putting a tool down while he finishes a sentence or something, and it's awkward if you leave it in and it's awkward if you take it out because it's just, I don't know, it just doesn't flow.
Short of it is, there's a number of tools.
If I cut before he drops it, it's like, well, what was he doing there? But if I leave it in, then you have that pause, so I don't really like that too much, but I'm going to fade that.
Etc. So, long and short of it is, there's a number of tools we need to make. First and foremost,
So it kind of cuts.
we need some tongs to hold the stock. We then need a punch, which we've actually already forged. A few episodes ago, you saw me forge some tools. This is going to be the punch for punching sledgehammers, so we're going to keep working on that. But for now, let's cut some stock and start forging material into some tongs.
Okay, another montage. We are into another very short montage, so that'll be 2 time-lapse clips. I'll use the original song. Give it a try, man. Free version is more than fine. To be honest, I can't get away from Final Cut. It's just too good. I'm just so used to it. It's so quick. I'm gonna head out. Have a nice day, Jamie. Catch you later, Shadow. It was really cool to have you here, man. You've been here talking from the start, so it's been nice to have you. How is editing daily vlogs different from these larger project videos? Larger project videos take a lot longer to edit, typically, because of the vlog nature being chronological, and there's a lot less selection process, whereas there is in something larger project videos. Or did you mean specifically with Alec's videos, like this is more of a vlog rather than a larger project? In that case, again, not really much difference, really. It's all just a balance between how much talking there is and how much montage there is of doing stuff. I keep looking at OBS because I can see me. I'm talking to myself. I should be talking to the camera. It's quite hard to do that when I see myself there. But yeah, it's not too much different. It's a balance between montage and talking, and we try to have those. I think these 2 clips here can just go.
We then need a punch, sledgehammers, so we're going to keep working on that. But for now, let's cut some stock and start forging material into some tongs.
So there's these 2 drawing clips here. there's no need for those to stay in because it just ruins the flow of the video. There's no point introducing music for like a couple of seconds, so that's gonna go. And it also ties in with this clip here, so.
Into some tongs. So for our 2 pairs of tongs, we're going to use some of this tongs. So for our 2 pairs of tongs, we're going to use some of this right here, some 2-inch round 1045. We got this cut. The forge isn't hot though. So while it's while it's heating up, I need to go this way. So while it's heating up, then I'll let you come around to here. So while it's heating up, I want to make something for the power hammer, which is a table. Much like what this has here, I want to make something much like what the Anyang has.
Audio's not very good here, is it? Does Alec always put the clips in the correct order for you, or do you ever need to switch the order around? Typically, it's always in order, just because of obviously he films in the order of what's happening. Sometimes, in like the Steelville versus Delta, for instance, there's 2 or 3 cameras, and it can actually be really difficult to figure out the order of things where they have to be. And I sometimes have to figure out where things line up chronologically, because there's not too much direction from the clips, like in the names and stuff, because the clip names are always skewed up, and that can be quite difficult. But for the most part, it's quite simple. I was always wanted to steal Alec's real surname. It is very ironic, is the punchline that he forever uses.
As here, I want to make something much like what the Anyang has
We've got really bad audio here.
over here, which is essentially a place to put stuff. It's kind of useful to have. This one here is a bowl shape, which is a little bit of a nuisance. It makes cleaning more difficult, but it's also not as wide as I'd like. Make something much like what the Anyang
I can just cut the
has
start of
over
this
here,
off.
which is essentially a place to put stuff. It's kind of useful to have. This one here is
I'll get rid of that, and I'll come in from this one as a bowl.
a hammer, which is a table. Much like what this has here, this one here is a bowl has here. This one here is a bowl shape, which is a little bit
That works.
not as wide as I'd like.
I remember seeing a lot of folks had a very big, wide, flat plate. I remember seeing a lot.
I don't know what happened there. Don't know what happened there. Clapperboard. Yeah, it's just. I don't know what would be the best way without kind of interfering too much with the day-to-day of filming. So I normally just figure it out, and I use various methods really. I look at the timestamps and things like that. But yeah, clapperboard would be quite nice, I guess. The thing is, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but if you're thinking, how would you clapperboard it, is what I'm saying. If there was, because things are happening at the same time, but then they're not, because they're from a different montage, from a different camera with a different person. So one of the things that it depends. So it'll either be a few clips of Alec working, then a few clips of Will working, then Alec, then Will, and it cuts back and forth, which I kind of like that style better, because I feel like it gives a sense of time, and it gives a sense of what's happening currently in the workshop. And it's obviously true to time. But Alec rather has it so we have a montage of Alec completing his thing, then we have a montage of Will completing his thing, and they're both separate entities instead of chopping between them. And so knowing those is a weird thing. Clapperboard is life-saving, man. Yeah, I don't think it would really work for this context, really. It obviously has its use, but I don't think it would work really for this. Alec did a good editing back in the day. How nervous were you on your first day? Do you know him or his work? I didn't know his work, no. He sent me a message on Twitter. He had 300,000 subscribers at the time, so I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I want to go meet him. really cool dude. We got on really well. I think like 2 days later, I did a trial video, which was mixed received. People just don't like change, but a lot of people did like it. A lot of people didn't like it. And then the next video up, that was the Pirate Cutlass part 4, I think it was. And then the week after was when the workshop move was. So I filmed that, which was a long day, but that was good fun. So yeah, I've kind of gone on a tangent a little bit there, but that's how it is. Do you have the time synced for each camera? Perhaps that could help. It does and it doesn't. It's hard to explain. The times always seem to just destroy on the thing. Play the video. What video? Oh, the first one. Do I do that? When are you moving to Montana? It's not happening. It can't happen. I spoke a little bit earlier about it, but the visa issue is a problem. And I also, my girlfriend and I bought a house together about 7 months ago or something. So it's quite a lot to uproot now if we move to Montana. It would be cool though. Nominate determinism. Get on with the name. Right.
I remember seeing a lot of folks have a very big, wide, flat plate steel table underneath their die for putting tooling and equipment on while they're working, and I want the same. So I'm going to take a rough measure. I want the same.
What's that weird pause for there?
So I'm going to take a rough measurement with the tape measure. We're going to cut it same. So I'm going to take a rough measurement with the tape measure. We're going to cut it out of. Then can you hold the camera up a little? The tape measure. Cut it out of. We're then going to cut. We're then going to cut it with the tape measure. We're then going to cut. Measure. We're then going to cut it out of MDF, put it in place, and get a feel. Measure. We're then going to cut it out of MDF, put it in place, and get a feel for. And get a feel for. Of MDF, put it in place, and get a feel for what in place, and get a feel for what that size feels. Get a feel for what those measurements. Put it in place, and get a feel for what that size give us. Those measurements give for what those measurements. For what those. Get a feel for what that size. Get a feel for what.
This is a bit tricky.
Get a feel for what those measurements. For what those measurements.
Oh, there. See, I don't know how it works. I swear it's magical. Whenever there's like a weird sentence or something, and I cut half of it out and then splice it together with another take, like sometimes you can't even tell. Like people watching, you obviously know because you just see me do it, but
place and get a feel for what those measurements give us.
It's like you can see the cut in the video, but the audio is what I'm saying. Is it matches so perfectly as if he was just carrying on the same sentence. And that's another good thing that Alec's good at. He's good at making it sound like if we splice sentences together. Let's say he's talking about something and then he'll stop to think about what he's going to say. He's good at picking the right pitch and the right level of audio to carry on the sentence. So it doesn't go, yeah, and so then, like, if he's talking really quietly and then he starts talking again, it's like, yeah, blah, blah, like he'll carry it on from where it was. Another very boring tip, but maybe interesting. What's your workflow for getting footage from Alec to you? Dropbox. We have a massive Dropbox server. Packs you can sneak in just one full frame and the rest is still face. I don't think so. You gotta lose my job.
For what those measurements give us with that little table, adjust them before we cut it out of steel.
Right. Montage again. So I'll skim ahead.
Now we see where it fits back there. We could use some.
I'll skim ahead, see what we're working with.
Here is the rough idea, but the forge is hot.
So let's get this stuff heating up.
Okay, so we have another little real-time montage. Probably not quite as fast paced as the last one was. We'll slow this one down a bit more. And then we go into the interesting stuff that I'm sure people would like to see, is the slow-mo whack whack, less yak yak. So we get into it. We get into it. I feel like I need a little rester, a little breather. Added that tip to my notes. What did I say? Was it to do with the speaking levels, the audio levels? Gonna run some errands. Hope you'll load this stream so I can finish it later. Cheers. Very interesting. Catch you later, Stephen. Stephen Van Honschuten. Is that right? Stephen Van Honschuten. That's a cool name. But thanks for stopping by, man. It's cool to have you here. Enjoy your errands. Do you prefer filming and editing footage shot by yourself, or like now, editing footage shot by other people? I feel like both options have their own positives and negatives. Well, a slight tangent. I don't like filming stuff and other people editing my other stuff. To be fair, some videographers are very precious about this kind of topic. I'm not so much, but I feel that people editing someone else's footage don't have the insight that the filmer has, obviously. So when I'm filming something and someone else is going to edit it, I always think, oh, in this clip, I have this idea for this piece of footage and it could do this and you could do that with it. And it might be quite obscure or quite abstract, but other people might not have that same vision. So that piece of great footage might not even be used because they didn't either see it or they didn't have the same idea that I have it. So hopefully that doesn't happen to Isaiah too much, but I try to, hopefully I don't butcher his footage. Hopefully he doesn't think I butcher his footage. May the force be with you. It's actually one of my good friend's birthdays today. He has a Star Wars birthday, which is quite cool. We were all going, well, the weekend, obviously, the weekend just gone, we were all going to the horse racing for his birthday at Newmarket. It was like a New Guinea Day or something like that. I don't really know anything about horse racing, but that obviously got cancelled, which is a bit of a shame. But hopefully he has a good birthday nonetheless. This is amazing. Fosto Salsa, how's it going, man? You're my all-time biggest fan. I do remember you as like my first fan, to be fair. This guy used to comment in the videos saying like Jamie's a god or something. Like when I first started out, it was funny stuff. May the force be with you. Okay, this is awesome. Definitely keep doing these. 10 out of 10. The thing is, like, I get that there is some interest to see, but it is kind of samey, isn't it? Like, I don't know if you were just watching. Not sure. You'd run out of things to learn and like interest. I don't know, and I don't know if I'm interesting enough for you to stick around for me, or if it's purely based on learning and Alec. So I don't know. It's my husband's birthday as well. Thanks for the stream, man. Learn a lot. That's cool. Very good to hear it, Rose. Happy birthday to your husband too.
We cut it out of steel.
Right, it's that music time again. So let's have some help with the music. So this is Vimeo. This is where I just uploaded the last video. We have a chopping wood montage. Whoa, that's a lovely shot. Look at that. Oof, that's nice. That's nice. We have music to pick. So I would like opinions in the comments, please, of if you enjoy the music or don't enjoy the music. You can see the names of them here. So we'll go through from where we left off. Should we go electronic? Could we go to... Because we're going to go for like heavy rock when this slow motion stuff comes up down the line here. We're going to go for the bad boy music, as I like to say. I've never actually said that before in my life, but the bad boy music. So I think we'll probably stick with electronic for now. That's the song we used. Nope. What is this? I don't think so. Can't believe you saw a movie. I remember you, man, of course. music selection paired with your editing is simply amazing. Thank you very much. It's probably one of the things that I don't know what the word is, pride myself. Like, I think it's part of my style, as I pay quite a lot of attention to the music choice. And I like to make sure that it fits what's happening in the footage rather than just chucking a rock track on everything. So I try to take into like the emotion, not the emotion, you know, like the power or whatever, I don't know. Blitz. It's called bits, not blitz. It's funky though. Bits is a nice one, one boat. See, it's cool. I'm not sure if it fits this though. Like, does it? I mean, it could. It seems a bit funky. It has two. So you have generic, and then you have like totally kind of its own thing music. So this one is kind of its own thing, and I need something more generic sounding, so it's not as important. I don't know how, I can't really explain how my brain is working, but that's my thought process. Like this here is obviously like some sort of hand sanitizer montage. Side note, do you guys want to hear the Zweihander finale music, the reveal music? Because I picked it last week. I have it here sitting in Dropbox. I've even renamed it Zweihander finale. I think it's quite a cool piece of music. I'm going to play it because I think it's quite cool. I'll play like a minute or so of it. I'm going to read the comments while we listen. So this is obviously like putting it together at the end. A little bit of the hand sound in. Putting the edge on. Grows a bit. Volume's coming up, and then we go back off again. And we've got some really slow fades coming in here. And then lovely little fill there. Perfect little fill for a transition. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Be cool. Next episode of Zweihander will be the final one. I'm 99% sure they're going to finish it in the next episode. That's why it's taken so long, because obviously Will's not in the workshop and they're holding off and blah, 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 blah. And they also want to make sure it ends in the next one instead of dragging out into the 16th episode. But yeah, I think it's a cool piece of music. I really like editing the reveals. The finales are always quite cool to do. Nope. 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 These are all a bit mush, aren't they? No. Can you imagine some of these tracks being used in an Alec video? That'd be funny. Right, we're gonna go to rock. Most recent, younger. Struggling. Right, you're ready.
They're done.
That's the song. That's the song, guys. Big Tongs is the episode name. It's the unofficial one. I don't choose them. Alec does, obviously. That's the track we're going to use. Yeah, so sometimes I'll play the track in the web browser and I'll come across and play through the footage and see if I like what I'm seeing. But this is quite nice. Pix Belladrone. Fast-paced and cool. It is. It's not too bad. The cuts are going to be a lot, well, not a lot, but they're going to be longer than they were in the first montage. There, it's still quite fast-paced, but it's good. 1 vote for Pex. Yep, another vote for Pex. Good. At the moment, I'm stuck with the YouTube music library. Costs less than my clients, but in need to search longer. So, Artlist is £100, I think, or it's actually no. Is it $200 or $100? It's something like that. But with Artlist, you're covered for literally everything. Your clients can use it in anything. With Epidemic Sound, you need to have a commercial license, which is $1,200. But I'm not sure if they do currently, but they did about 4 days ago, not long, so it probably is still on. They had a commercial deal where you could get Epidemic for £300, I think it was, instead of $1,200. So it's a huge saving. So if you can afford that, I would definitely get it. Obviously, you can expense that with your business as well. So that's how it works. Soundstripe, I'm not sure how that works in terms of clientele. I actually don't have my own subscriptions for these things because obviously I use Alec's subscriptions because I work for Alec and the videos are on his channel. But so I don't know how they work for your own stuff. I do for Artlist and Epidemic because of that deal I saw the other day. But I'm not sure how Soundstripe works. That sounds like The Cure. Is that a band or is it The Cure of the music that we needed to find? How much time is it taking to find the right music? Not too much time. That's probably quite realistic what you just saw there when I'm picking a track, really. Probably not too much longer, not too much less. Sometimes I have a track in mind. Actually, I'm not even going to go down there. I rarely have a track in mind, to be honest. Sometimes. I'll give you another cool tip. Tiger Blood Jewel. They're a band. Let's go in here. Tiger Blood Jewel. These guys are just fantastic. They make brilliant music, and so I have quite a lot of their stuff. You would have heard a lot of their music in the videos, but they're one of the bands that I like to look out for when they bring new music out, because they use that straight up. Envato Elements is quite good too, but it's quite generic corporate music wise. Yeah, so that's the thing about these things. Like Audio Jungle's another one that's a little bit generic, whereas I think Artlist, Soundstripe, Epidemic Sound is even really good. They're all fantastic music, really, and you can get some right gems in there. There's a lot of generic stuff, but you just need to try and stay away from it, really. The band The Cure. I'm not sure if I've heard of them. Please beg Will and Alex to do the Eagle Scout Damascus knife. Will mentioned in his live one day. I guess once everything goes back to normal, they'll have time for this kind of stuff.
Table, adjust them, full cut down steel.
I feel like I might have made a mistake with this track, because it's another really fast-paced one. Did I take the pace off? I did. I think it's too quick. It's too far. We've already used a really quick song, and so I don't want to overdo it. See, that's too slow. Quite generic, but I kind of like it. It's very generic. Theo, catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe not. That's the one we used before. Alright. 6 PM dinner time. Oh yeah, are you in Europe then? I guess an hour ahead. I used this the other day. Yeah, I used that in the Paint in the Power video. And that. And that. I'm sorry about this, by the way, guys. I'm just not happy with that other piece. Could we go with this? Under quarantine, we are, yeah. You do an outtakes blooper video. It takes so much time. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it. This is gonna have so much trouble finding music. Yeah, I'm struggling now. I don't normally struggle too much, to be fair, but I just can't seem to figure out what I really want. Because the problem I have, guys, right? Because you guys obviously don't really know what I'm thinking in my head. We have this montage of jumping across this stuff. He's making a wooden plate, whatever. But he's just waiting for the forge to warm up. So it's going to be a quick montage. And then the transition that I have, which I don't know what I'm going to do here. The transition, this kind of thing takes more time than I would like to sort of subject you guys to, because I'm going to have to try and work backwards from this, I think. Because the transition between this montage of making the wood and this slow-mo montage of making the tongs, the transition piece is 8 seconds. It's less than that because I have to cut the trim off. So it's like literally 5 seconds. So I can't start a new piece of music in that time. I need to have a build up and then into that, which causes problems for me. Not generally. I mean, it is harder, but I didn't want to have to mess with all that on stream because it's gonna be a pain to work back from. I'm just trying to think of a better way I can do it. I could maybe do some sort of hard cut on here.
Okay, here is the rough idea, but the forge is hot. It's hot.
So let's get this stuff heating.
Hot.
So let's get this stuff heating up.
I think that would work, actually. I'll do like a record break scratch here. So we just hard cut, and then we'll start into our next track here. So I'm actually going to go straight into... I'm going to come back to the woodwork and stuff, and I'm going to go straight into the slow-mo now for the mill. So we want a heavy rock track. I used this track the other day for Alec's stream intro, which you guys won't have seen yet because he hasn't streamed yet. But we could maybe use this because it's not in a video. Nah, it's too slow to be fair. Right, we're going to go to Southern Rock. This won't take too long because Southern Rock is really easy to find good stuff. And then I need to advanced, hide previously licensed, most recent. We'll go down a bit. Right. Creative process is something from another world. I'm not sure I would go that far, to be honest. It's quite primitive, really. The pressure is on. I love this, like, being behind the scenes channel. That was the point, really, is just to show people who are interested, like, a sneak peek of what goes into the editing, I guess. Who often do you use the same music in the same video? So I try to... Let's have a look, actually. How much music do we actually have? We have 3 music folders. In Music 1, we have 958 tracks, so 1,000 tracks. In Old Music, we have 600 tracks. In Old Music 2, we have 300 tracks. There's a little bit of overlap in those two at the end. So we probably have about 1,500 tracks, which is pretty ridiculous, to be honest. But that's obviously over the course of like the last 3 years, or even before then. Old Music 2 or Old Music 1 this was here before I started with Alec, and then I made my own folder here, Jamie, and then kind of added into it. So in terms of reusing music, probably I tried to give it at least a month between using a track again. Some of the tracks I really like though, and I want to use them more. So I use them once a month, once every 2 months or something like that. But the thing, like, even though there's 1,500 tracks, I remember every one of them. Like, I'll play a track to hear it. Like, I don't know it by name, but I'll play a track and I'll instantly know what that music was. And I couldn't tell you the video, but I can remember editing that music to the video. So I try not to use stuff too often, basically. Have you done any work not related with Alec recently? No. I don't know when the last thing I would have done that wasn't Alec, actually. I guess... Well, I done the Colin stuff towards the end of last year, the Colin Furs on YouTube. That was October, November sort of time. I'm off, got like barbecue. Oh, I wish I was having a barbecue. Damn. Could have picked some tips up. Catch you later anyway, William. Nice to have you here. That sounds like Montana cowboy music. That's what we're going for. That's the style. My work is done exporting. Time to make dinner. Please put the live stream online. Love to see you finish this. Take care and good luck. Catch you later, man. Enjoy your dinner. Everyone's going for dinner. I wish I was having food. Right. Let's just pick something. Big Dog. Oh, yeah. That's the one, I think. Yeah, we happy with that, boys? I'm going to make an executive decision, but I hope you guys enjoy it too. Big Tongs, generate license, download, boom. Right, I feel like I've taken a long time sorting this music out. I need to do some work before you guys are all like, Jamie, what are you doing? This is so boring. Right.
Heating up. Heating up. Heating up.
It's a shame that people are leaving now to go and have dinner when we're about to do the more exciting power hammery slow-mo stuff. When I'm editing the music, I always get stuck in my head for days. I don't really suffer with that, actually, I don't think. Music doesn't really stick in my head unless it's, well, I was going to say unless it's lyrics, but it's not, that's a lie. How do you handle the audio stream from each camera or a single source? Audio is just straight from the camera through a shotgun mic. It's noon here in Ohio. Yeah, because I normally start work in the morning, obviously. I started here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I started so that people in America were at least awake. Otherwise, you guys would be fast asleep. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It was hard to decide whether to do it for European times or like whatever. You really used the track a few times when Alec first moved to the US. I was appeared on the trip to the airport. Yeah, I know the one that you mean. It's the one that goes doom 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 doom. Yeah, I know the one. I use that quite a lot for like traveling. I don't know. It just has that vibe. It just has that vibe to it. I know the one that you mean. In fact, I could probably even tell you. I think it's called like Swift. Something like that. There's a short version of it which I use. Short P. Music. Short saw. Swiss. This is the one. Is this the music that you're talking about? It'd be funny if that was the piece of music you're talking about and I instantly knew it as well. Out of all of those pieces of music. Right, we need an Alec Steele Royal collab. Thank you for thinking of us. It was an Epidemic track. I'm not sure where it's from. I guess Epidemic, but yeah, that's the one. Right. We're going to do some time ramping goodness here. So obviously because Alec's filming on his own, we have these really long static shots. So we've got like, well, it's only 3.5 minutes, but some of these get really long, like 23 minutes long. So we're going to do some time ramping to them to make them a bit more interesting because we don't have the movement there. You should edit Alec's bike rides to make them epic. I had a really good time when we went skiing when I went out to visit. I really want to go back again and go and visit at some point. But what's that? Why is there 2 cuts there? What have I done there? But yeah, skiing was a lot of fun. I'm actually losing 2 keys off my keyboard. The C and the V popped off. They don't clip on anymore because I've just used them probably about 2 million times each. And so they pop off every now and then. It's really frustrating. So here, I've done a speed ramp. I've sped up. Oh, he picks the tongs up. Then there's a little pause in the middle where they're just not there. And I don't want to have that in. So I'm going to do a cut in between the middle of the speed ramp. And so hopefully it kind of blends. I don't know how to say the words out of my mouth, but it'll kind of blend together. So that looks super fluid when it actually messes around in midair with the things for a little while. So. And then we're going to do the same thing here as he picks it up. And obviously, so I'm speed ramping this to 20 times speed, so we're up to 2000%. If I just left all this, it's quite slow. I could actually just speed that up, to be honest. We'll make it 60 times speed, 6,000. I don't really like that, to be honest. Oh, what have I done? I think this clip here is it going in, yeah. So we're going to cut into this. We'll ramp between them. So that's another thing Alec will do, is he'll film a clip and then obviously he'll go back and redo it in a different way so that they cut together in chronological order. So he puts the steel there to line up the shot, takes it back off, and he'll put it back on again. So then I'm gonna ramp this back up again. Ramp that up and splice them. And then we're going a bit overboard here with the speed ramps, to be fair, but it might be a bit too much. Hang on, what's going on here? Why is that getting rid of all the ramp there? For the static shots, do you ever cheat and apply something like a handheld motion effect? No, not really. So I've used handheld in the past for some things that add a bit more power or a bit more oomph to stuff. This is so cool. Always wondered how this is done. So much behind the scenes where Alec is really lucky to have such a good editor. Really into editing video. Thanks for the kind words, man. But yeah, it's not much to it really. It's just kind of you learn the tools and then you just use them. Pretty much. Right. I'm gonna stay away from the from the ramping cuts now. Okie doke. And then we have another one. Okay, one more ramp.
Up.
And then we have a time lapse of them heating up. So I take the ends off because for whatever reason the GH5 when you press stop it doesn't stop, so you have to like cut the ends off the time lapse, otherwise you get movement. I'm gonna cut that bit out. And I'm gonna go straight into that. I don't really like that, to be honest. That's really quick, to be fair. Right, now we're into the 23-minute long clip. Right, I have to be honest, your editing is the reason I subscribe to Alec. I love his passion, but you bring that to the world, so thanks. Thank you very much, Jack. You're being modest, so I agree with the entire reason. Ever tried watching the same bit? Not really, to be honest. I don't really get tired of watching the same stuff. It's part of the job. You just have to watch to get the timing and stuff right. I can tell that this stuff is a bit boring for you guys to watch though, actually, at the moment. Which I'm sorry. I actually feel like I could do with a little break. I don't know what I could do. getting really warm in here as well. I'm gonna open the window a bit. I actually have my window closed for the light. There we go. I also have this little knife, which is from Alex Boschhuizen, which was the intern that we had in the UK shop. He stayed with us, not focusing on it. He stayed with us for a few months. He was a really cool guy to have around the shop, and he gave me that as a gift. And I use it for opening boxes all the time. It's fantastic for that. So that's been quite good fun. I actually have, hold on. Over here, I have the original Bowie knife, also known as the Bowie knife, which I can't show in the clip because it's too big. This thing is ridiculously big, to be honest. You look at the length of my forearm, it's like, it's huge. And you won't be able to see the crack, will you? No. You can kind of see it, it's just there. But that's where it died, so that's still kind of cool to have, like a blank. And then over here I have, pulls out this Zweihander, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? If Alex sent it over. I just had it as a prop. And then this is the knife that I made out in Montana when I visited, which I think is really cool, but I kind of wish we had a bit more time on it just to make it even better, really. And there's some things which I wish I didn't do. So we blued it with the blue steel, which looks quite cool on the blade, but I blued the pins and they don't pop as much now. And then I obviously got blue on the handle while I blued the pins, so it kind of made the handle look a bit sort of dirty, which is a bit of a shame. But it's pretty cool. Everyone was asking how I got it home as well, and it's just a knife. It went in my suitcase, which is cool. I have one more. Let me go get it quickly. It's downstairs. It's quite cool. It's worth it. Wait. Don't run with knives, kids, by the way. I also have this, the bayonet, the N9 bayonet, which is safe to say is definitely one of my prized possessions, and it stays downstairs, not on my mantle. I don't have a mantle. I think it's a bit traditional, but it is down there, and a lot of people, when I have friends around and stuff, they're always asking about it and stuff like that, so that's quite cool. So they are the blades that I have. I also have a weird cleaver, which I kind of half made one day when Alec wasn't in the shop. I found a cleaver which he'd forged, a Damascus cleaver, and I ground it and put a handle on it. This was before I'd done anything else, and it was awful. But it was good fun. I enjoyed doing it. Should hang them on the wall. See, this thing is just so cool that I don't want to hang it on the wall. It's just such a cool piece, standalone, that it just wouldn't look as cool if it was on a wall. You know what I mean? It's like, it's huge, but if you put it on a wall, it makes it look small. You know what I mean? And obviously, if it's on like a mantle or something, you can pick it up and stuff like that. I open boxes with that too sometimes as well. But very, very cool. Along with an American flag. The first true CNC vid. Yeah, was that the bayonet cutting the back, the fins? What would you call that? I'm not sure what it's called. I remember that knife from last time I saw you. Pretty sure the photo is somewhere. Yeah, actually. That was when you came around and taught me how to play Dota, I think. Yeah, it must have been, because that's the only time you came over to the apartment. For that bit of time lapse, the footage gets brighter and the camera adjusts, so you ever try to color correct so the footage gets brighter instead of the surroundings getting dimmer. Does that happen? That's true. Kind of the contrast goes up because the forge does get brighter, but the forge is already at terminal temperature, so it doesn't get brighter. But the metal obviously does as it heats up. Yeah, I get what you're saying. This will have been shot on auto though. Most stuff is shot on auto really for the channel. Have you gotten more into Blade since working with Alec? Were you always a bit interested? I've always thought knives pretty cool. I used to have a lot of Swiss Army knives. I used to sort of collect them really when I was younger. And I used to like paint them and stuff, like the cases and things like that. I don't know. I used to kind of make stuff actually back in the day, like obviously very crude. Like when I was younger, I used to make like, I remember I made a bow and arrow out of like glass fiber rods and made arrows for it and stuff like that, and all sorts of bits and pieces like that. But and that's what I used to use the knives for. I used to like whittle things out of wood. Well, I used to actually make blades out of wood. So I'd get like a stick and I'd turn it into a knife, which is quite cool. I'll have Alex send you some swords for decor. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Delrin. Oh yeah. This was the Delrin handle, which is kind of cool. This obviously isn't authentic to how it would clip on, but Alec kind of made this up. If you think back now to when Alec made this, if you're here watching the editing, you must be pretty diehard Alec fan, to be fair. So I'm sure you've been around for this time. But when this was made, if you think about how precise and perfect things are made now, like take the saber for example, the cavalry saber, and then this where it just gets made in like a couple of days, and there's no measurements taken, and like this clip isn't exactly how it would be on the gun. Like if Alec made this now, he would make it exactly how it would fit on the gun, sort of thing. It'd take like 25 episodes. And so I think that was a 4-episode project. If you take that into consideration now, we're up to like 16 on the number ones. Right, let's carry on somewhere. So the problem we have here is that the power hammer, right, it doesn't always get used 100%. It's not always like a, sometimes it's just like a, which is what we have here. So it's not, the raw energy which we normally like to see. We all want to see the max whack, don't we? No one wants to see half whack. No one wants to see 25% whack. We all want to see 100% whack. And right now we have a situation where we're only seeing 20% whack, which is a shame. But what I want to try and do before I carry on is I want to, this break in the music here, that's where I want to hit the 100% whack. So we need to find the 100% whack. And the 100% whack is going to be not in this time lapse. Do we have multiple heats in this time? Oh, it's two billets, isn't it? 100% whack is here. Somewhere. See, that's not 100% whack. That's 40. Not even 40. 30. 20% whack. That was a 30. That was a 40. So, yeah, it's getting there. We're going to have to roll with that, though. But the problem I have is that I don't want to show 40% whack 40% we can get away with. I don't want to show 20% whack on that heavy break, because then it's a juxtaposition between the music's too hard for the footage, right? Like, I can't show 20% whack on that clip. So I'm going to have to sort of fake it by missing some of the whacks, basically, until we get to one of the better whacks. And the way I will do that, which I will show you soon, like that's a pretty solid whack there. Not that one, this one. No, not that one, this one. There. We'll go with that. So I'm going to cut them off. Now, the way that this works nicely is because we have this wide angle here. And so you can't exactly see what's going on. So when you come back to here and it's missed the first 4 or 5 whacks and it's slightly changed shape, you won't notice that because you don't know what the shape was originally. So another boring tangent, which some of you say isn't boring. So they have it. The problem is I have 12 seconds here to fill. Why is that lagging? I have lag. This is how the power hammer syncs get made. Focus. What are you doing, webcam? Now you want to focus there, right? This is how the power hammer syncs get made. So I have a slight bit of, let me just angle that down so I can sit back in my chair a little bit. There we go. Oh, look at that. So I take, we have a speed up. I get the impact, I line that with the clip. Then I have a little pause of slow-mo. Then we go back into a ramp and back down again into the next one, essentially. And then I'm going to ramp this back up again. Oh, actually, what was that there? What have I done there? Oh, I just cut it, sorry. And then I'm going to ramp back up into full time lapse. I need to extend that back out. I hate it when it does this. Why does it get rid of my blend? Right, this has got destroyed here. What is going on? Yeah, this is not ideal. Spray some WD-40 on there. Yeah, that's what we need for the sparks. 100% wax, max sparks, new t-shirt. That'd be a good t-shirt design, to be fair. Hashtag edged in magic. Can you explain what you mean by a ramp? So a ramp is when you go from, you basically alter the speed of the clip. So we go from 100% speed is real time. 200 is double. 2000 is 20 times speed. So when we go to a time lapse here, we're at 20 times speed. This is what 20 times speed looks like. And if I quickly make a little cut, we go back to 100 times speed. we're at slow mo, so it's not real time. Real time is about 7:15. That's about real time. A ramp is when you blend between them. So rather than just going straight cut from 2000 to 100, you go 2000, 1800, 1600, 1400, blah blah blah, blah to 100, and you can decide how long that transition takes. And it can be quite finicky, and I'm struggling with this at the minute, to be fair. I am actually looking like a bit of a goon on camera, trying to figure it out. Because the music, I have this long track down here. You know what? I'm actually going to recut this piece. So I don't have the footage to be able to fill this void, because otherwise we just have a long time lapse at 12 seconds, and that's not it's not what I'm about. So we're gonna bring this all back up. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Now it comes back with the next piece. Smash, smash, smash. Whack, whack, whack. Have a little measure. Back in the forge. I'm going to compound clip. Well, actually. Compound clip from here. Oh. Compound clip. And then I'm going to speed this well up. Not that much. Crikey. Oh. Okay. Sort of changed a little bit. How long does it take to edit an average video? An average video, probably 5-6 hours. So not too long, really. 5 or 6 hours. So yeah, that seems about right. Ever work with anyone to produce the music you use, like make it specifically for this show? It would be really cool to do that. It's not really tangible though, and I don't really understand how that kind of stuff works. What gets made first, the music or the piece? Does it? I guess the piece. No, I guess the music must be made first, but specifically for a purpose. But no, anyway, we've never done that. We've never done it that way. So now I have. So Final Cut. For those of you who use Premiere, which seems like everybody does here, Final Cut has a magnetic timeline. So everything is stuck to this main section here. Oh. This main section is the, I don't know what the word would be. This is the magnetic piece, basically. And everything sticks to it. So down here, this music, it has this little dot which tethers it to the magnetic timeline. So if I... How can I explain this? Made a cut here, which tethers it. So now if I extended the clip above it, the music is stuck to that clip. And so now, if I wanted to edit backwards from here, to sync it backwards, if I deleted that, you see how it pulled this clip up? It pulls everything up, basically, with a ripple delete. So, and that's because the tether is down here. I have to bring the tether up so that now when I delete this, it brings the music with it from this clip up here. Which, again, hashtag boring fact. So we're going to go into a preset I have here, which is a 15% slow zoom. And I'm going to compound both of those to... Oh, actually, I can't do that. I can if I do that. Compound those. 15% zoom. Cut this here. Bring it down. Then we're going to have a zoom in onto the smash. Which will work, but the transition's laggy because it's not rendered, but that we'll leave that, that'll render. So I just compounded this clip down, so we've got the slow ramp. That looks like it doesn't hit on time, but it does. So the way that I do these, which is a slightly different way of doing the the hammer hits. So we go, so it goes boom, boom, boom. So we have like a double tap. Double tap is what I want to call it. Double whack. I want to hit on the second one. So I'll do a hard cut here, then I'll speed up 300%, which gives it the impact. So it slows down once it hits. Yeah. So you want the ramp to come down quicker and then it goes back to slow-mo. And it has to be instant with these ones. You don't want it to blend. You don't want to ramp with these. So now all I need to do is get this join here to line up with this click. So I pull all this back. And you get that sort of jarring cut, which is part of the stylus, the contrast that I like. It's kind of like, it reminds me of like a switch. And so you get like a kickback. See, that power hammer comes down quite slow, so I can actually make that about 450. And then again, sync that up so it lines up with that clip. It's a little bit off actually. And then we have like a do-do-tsh. So what I'm going to do here, we'll have it come up, and then we'll have it come back down again. So we've got like, it's like a triple whack, this one. And again, we'll do 450 instead of 300. I normally do 300 because it works quite well. And that almost lines up perfectly. What's happened there? I don't quite have enough gap between these to do what I wanted to do, actually. Right, we're going to do it even different, right? We're going to do a double, triple slam dunking whack. So we're going to come down 400%. It's going to come down on the second. Come on, audio, where are you? I'm going to try and fit another whack in here. 500%. We're going big boy. And then we cut all of this out. And now we should have a double whack, and hopefully it's not too ridiculous. We need a bit more transition. And less of that. Right, I'm actually going to do something slightly different again. So instead of having a cut in between them now, I'm going to ramp straight between into the second hit. Which, it doesn't really make sense. You don't... I'm finding hard to articulate what I'm doing. Do a what? A double, double, triple whack attack. It's something like that. It's along those lines. There we go. That's what you want. Do you get what I meant? Do you get what just happened? Hopefully. Let's have a look. See what the comments are saying, because I haven't read them in a little while. You should try and find someone who can, like how Disney uses some same person to score different movies. Yeah, I'll just get John Williams, I think, to score the Alec Steele YouTube channel. That'd be quite a good way to do it. This end or whatever your issue is. Love your stuff, gotta run. It'd be cool to see more like this. Awesome to see how the creatives work. Catch you later, Ben. Thanks for stopping by, man. Have fun doing what you're doing. This is looking amazing. Yeah, so this stuff is what takes the time, really. This takes more time than all the other stuff, really. This is why also that anyone can learn. It's weird, right? Because there's the tools to do it, and then there's just a case of doing it over and over again, and you kind of learn. And then there's also a case of like, do you just have like the eye? You know, the people say the eye or whatever. I haven't got a clue. In my own mind, what I do doesn't seem anything special. But then people give me compliments for it, which I obviously really appreciate, and it's hard to kind of understand. It's like I have, what's a good example? Let's say if I took my car to a mechanic and they fixed it, they know what they're doing. It's super simple and easy. And in their mind, it's like, well, it's just, I know what I'm doing. It's easy. But for me, I was like, well, that's really weird. But when you're on the inside, this is very philosophical. When you're on the inside, it's hard to see how it appears on the outside. You get what I'm saying? So like, for me, it feels like I haven't got a clue. Like, not that I haven't got a clue. It just seems like normal. Like, it's whatever. But then other people who don't have the experience editing and stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm saying. I think you get the analogy. If you know how to do something, it seems like everyone should know how to do something. But if you don't know how to do it, it seems really hard. That's the good summary of what I was trying to say. Mechanic from NASCAR, not a Jiffy Lube. Don't know what Jiffy Lube is. We don't have that carriage over here. Right, I need to stretch this clip out. It's a long clip. Look how long this clip is. We're going to have to do some... Oh, this goes on forever. 24 minutes. So I rarely have footage like this, to be honest. The footage is typically in much more bite-sized, manageable chunks. So here, where we have one static camera angle, it's hard to kind of get the most out of it, sort of thing. So what I normally do, which you'll obviously know, is I'll do a few hits and then I'll blend it into time lapse and then come back into the slow motion again. and then this is when I'm going to blend in time lapse. We're going to go into a 60 times speed, so 6,000%. One thing I do like to do is I go into, well, it doesn't really work with this because the clip is too long, never mind. But I want to find a good about there somewhere. I'll go back to 100% speed, and then I'll find a good whack to come back on. So this second whack was pretty good for it. And that's going to be my transition piece back into real time. And then I need to blend these together. So sometimes I'll do a bit of a ramp. Again, like a ramp within a ramp. Rampception. It's still not enough. Let me in there. Custom. That's sped up to nearly 10,000 now, so 100 times speed. I'll bring that to 5,000. Nope. There we go. And then we're going to change up a little bit here. We're going to go do. Instead of having a transition, we're now just going to have hard cuts. Back up again. And then down into another smash. Which I'm going to have to ramp because there's not enough footage in between. I'm finding it really hard to concentrate and try to talk at the same time now. I felt like I was finding it easy before, and now I've got to the time to the slow motion stuff is difficult. I wanted to do a double whack here. I'm gonna have to fake that. Can I do that? You won't actually see the clip between that. Back into the time lapse. 8,000 speed. And then we have a very fast time lapse at 20,000 speed here. And we're going to cut that here, where he takes it away. Okay. And into the next one. Right, let's have another quick break. I've got to work, but I will come back to this later. This is invaluable. Thank you for streaming this. You're very, very welcome. Have fun at work, Jack. Thanks for coming along and sticking around for a bit. Right, let's have a look here. I need to kind of de-stress from... it's really difficult to concentrate so much on time ramping and trying to talk and trying to answer people's questions and stuff at the same time. You need focus for it. Are you doing any special effects afterwards? What do you mean by special effects? Are we talking about like going through time and space? Are we going to add a car crash in the background, or Harry Potter on a broom or something? No, there's no special effect. All they do is change oil, and they suck at doing that. What changes oil? Oh, Jiffy Lube. Yeah, I change my own oil in my cars. Qualifications mean nothing if you haven't got the feel for it. Yeah, I've kind of felt like that with graphic design. Just didn't harmonize with me really. How often do you guys invest in new cameras and filming equipment so you can edit better? Not very often. We've had the GH5 for years now. When the Sony S1 was released, a little bit intrigued by that, but it's completely new mount and stuff on the camera, so we didn't bother in the end. And then Alex just stuck with the GH5 since. It's still a fantastic camera, and obviously for YouTube and stuff, we're not talking. It's what's the word? Negligible. Negligible. I can't say that word, but the difference in quality is not going to be that different. And so the workflow with GH5 is so good. The stabilization and stuff is also good. So to go to like, I don't know, a Red or an FS7 or something like that, it's just like it's just pointless. Right, let's see. What else we got? The shop needs a live stream feed. Jamie say we're still here because of the hardcore Alec fans. Actually drew my interest was the look and feel of the video. Great energy. The wax and sparks of the video. Brilliant. Thanks very much, Joe. That's cool to hear. Yeah, I don't really know what to say, but yeah, thanks for the comments. Glad you like my work. I concur. I find this just as interesting as forging. It's kind of it's forging in a way, isn't it? Really, I'm getting a material and I'm whacking on it with my fingers on a keyboard to make it into something else. Is it hard to stuck with the Alec timelines? It's kind of whenever you're done editing, it gets put out. Yeah, so we never really have problems with that, to be honest. And I try to accommodate changes and stuff like that as best as I can. So sometimes a sponsor will want something slightly different, and I tell Alec, and I'd like him to know, he very, very rarely, well, maybe like a couple of times he's asked me, but to make like a change, you know, in the evening, 10 o'clock in the evening or something like that, it's like I have absolutely no problem in doing something like that so the video can go out on time like that evening. Otherwise it's going to be another 24 hours and it's like it's going to take me 5 minutes. I don't mind doing that, and obviously work from home, so it's fine. Is this Panasonic Lumix? It is Panasonic GH5. Made so much better just by snipping a bit out. Wow. Yeah, so just taking chunks out and stuff is the aim of the game. Have you ever sneaked something into a video for the hell of it? I don't think so, no. I've included like, I don't know, like a piece of text or something like that, which I'm like, I don't know if Alec is going to say, I'll take that out, or that's cool, leave it in, or whatever. Whenever I do something like funny, like a meme or something like that, Alec always seems to find it hilarious. So I never sneak anything in though. There's sometimes where I put something in which is like funny, but it's short, and I hope that he sees it in the video when he watches it, so that he doesn't like miss it, and then he's like, oh, why did you put that in? Had a break for lunch. We're glad to see you still streaming. Yeah, I'll be here for another hour or two, or however long. Probably another couple of hours, I would imagine. Those damn sponsors brought to you by Red Shadow Legends. No, the sponsors are there, you know. They well, they employ me basically. If there was no sponsors, it wouldn't be me. Put it that way. So that's a positive, I guess. Anyway, let's crack on. Pretty cool. See, like that, how long has this taken? Half an hour to do that piece, and it's 8 seconds long. So this stuff is definitely the most time consuming, and it makes it more time consuming with these long time lapse, with these long slow motion clips, because I have to put way more effort into them to make them not one clip. Obviously, if I have 20 clips, it's easy to make it like dynamic and interesting. Where if I have one clip, it's hard to make it seem, you know what I mean? I have to extract more out of it. Look how the ground shakes when the power hammer hits here. The whole camera shakes. That power hammer is ridiculous, this new one. Right, I don't know what I call this. I need to give this a name. I'm going to call this a. It's called a. I can't come up with a name. Basically, right. I'm going to call it a hop dip dop, right? And it's basically where the beat goes boom boom boom, and I cut a piece out of each piece, and then you kind of get like a little sort of. You know what I mean, like a. But not that quick, so I'll show you. It's called the hop dip slow motion, stop motion. So it looks like a stop motion basically. You get what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? And then we're going to pull this into that, like so. And we're going to go back into tile maps again. We're actually going to have a decent amount of tile maps here, so you guys can see the metal move, or not you guys in particular, but viewers can see the metal moving for. And then over here again, I'm going to find another whack. Well, that might even work just like that, to be fair. Quite like that, to be fair. And then we're going to speed up again, but we're going to go to real time. So it's about 715% from 200. Is it 240 or 200? I'm not sure because it's in the US. It's different with NTSC and PAL. Maybe a bit quicker than that. We'll go up to 8 times. less blend, and 1200%. And then we've got another little, another what did I call the thing? A hopped up stop motion. We're gonna do another one of those where you see the thing get thinner. So I've got one there, one there, and one there. Da, da. That's not even the end of the clip. Yeah, it is pretty much. Okay. Crikey. Don't your ears start to bleed after 6 hours into the editing sound? Not really, no. It's not super loud in my headphones, to be fair. Where did you get your desk from? Josh, how's it going, man? What's up? Desk. Oh, from the Instagram. I was going to say, like, how you can't even see on the live stream. It's from Swoon Editions. It's Acacia. But I've had it, yeah, a couple of years now. It's pretty cool. Buy new cameras for multiple angles. Yeah, so I think there's 3 GH5s. But it's everything's pretty much one camera setup, apart from like Steel vs Delta. There's always 2 cameras for those. But for the most part, it's one camera, unless actually, when Alec's doing jewelry stuff, and there's engraving and the jewel setting, we have the camera on the microscope as well. So that's 2 cameras, but for the most part, it's just one camera. I feel like my energy is draining. I don't know how Alec talks all day for YouTube videos. And this stuff is so much more, so much less interesting for people to watch. We've lost like well over half our viewers from doing the slow motion stuff. It just seems you use your phones a lot for Instagram and stuff. Who uses their phones for Instagram and stuff? For Alec and that? No, Callan takes a lot of photos for stuff. I watch Will live stream pretty regularly, especially in the quarantine. Yeah, so he's doing quite a lot of stuff on his phone, but yeah, they just work it on live stream. On Instagram, sorry. Alec's doing the live shows, which are a bit more time consuming and a bit more professional. They've got like proper splitters and stuff for that, so they can swap between camera angles and things, which is pretty cool. Hashtag HopDipDop. Seriously, Alec, could you line of t-shirts? A line of t-shirts? What the hell would they be? It's a VFR on the GH5 that makes it save as slow-mo. Yeah, so it is. It is, yeah. But so it's variable. You can set it to whatever. So we have it down to 200 in the UK. It's 240 in the US, I think. I'm not sure what this actually is. I don't think it tells you. It's because it saves as 25p. So, yeah. That's how it is. What is 9 Realms? What in the 9 Realms is Alec forging right here? He's making 2 pairs of tongs. So he's making, this is like a video in a video. It's a videoception. So he's going to make some sledgehammer heads, but he needs bigger tongs to forge them to hold the sledgehammer heads. So right now he's making some tongs. But really, he is just flattening stuff out at the moment for the bars. Not too much forging going on. We're nearly at the end of that. We have 13 more clips here, but we only have another 5 clips of slow-mo, I think. We've got a really long one here, which is 50 minutes long. Another 17. And then we go into some real-time. Real-time, bit of anvil stuff.
Had to be making some progress on
And that's what we end with, really. So it just makes 2 separate pieces. I'd buy 100% whack. Yeah, but 100% whack. You probably could make a good t-shirt design out of that. 20% whack, 50% whack, 100% whack. And then like variation. Hop dip dop. Hop dip dop is not even a thing. It's just some sounds that came out of my mouth. Whatever gets sold. Right. Let's crack on. We have a clip where nothing happens. And now we have a close-up. Oh, this is what we were waiting for, boys. And girls. Rose is here. We're waiting for one of these whacks. What's going on here? I've been asked if I want to put a pizza in. I'm going to reply and say, no thank you. No thanks, sweetie. Right. Close-ups. I'm going to try and do a triple whack, or whatever I called it. The double whack before, we're going to do a triple whack here. It kind of works. And then back up into a time lapse. 4,000. And then into another whack down. Yes. Everyone is a guy on the internet. Not everyone is a guy on the internet. Guy is like a collective term, isn't it? You can call anybody a guy. Well, you never know anymore, can you? But guys, in my opinion, it's a collective term. You can, hey, how's it going, guys? It's not specific. Oh, that's 100%. We've got 100% whack. Look at that. That might even be 110% whack. You know what happened then? The ram hit the top of the power hammer. I'm telling you. One of the nice things about the close-up shots is that the inertia of the power hammer looks so much faster that you don't have to do the 300% ramp in between the wanks. What? In between the whacks? That's hilarious. People call any friend bro. Exactly. People call it bros. You have a sister, you call her bro. You know. Hey, how you doing? Aril Echo, how's it going, man? Aril Echo, how's it going? Thanks for stopping by. Nice to have you here. Right. We're going to do a hop dip dop again, guys. So we got the hop. One frame off. There's the dip. And the dop is right there. So I'm reading these little notes in the timeline here. So if I zoom in, see these little dots. They're the impacts from the audio wave. And so I line them up. It wants to be slightly ahead of them. But that's not perfect. It needs to be a little bit further. Even a bit more, to be honest. Still not perfect. Back into time lapse. Up to 6,000% again. Maybe not 200%. More blend. Crack that over. It's still too sudden. Bring that back down to 100. And now it's too much. And then into a regular whack. I found it hilarious how I've came up with all these stupid names for stuff. And then I hop-dipped off again. This is not normally the way that I do it, to be fair, because as I've said many times, I keep repeating over because it's all the same stuff. But all these long clips, this is not the norm. This is not normally what I have. And so I don't normally have this many cuts and stuff going on in these. So this is taking a lot longer than it normally does. These longer clips, you would think it would be easier. It's actually harder. When I have more footage, it's easier to make things more dynamic and fluid. In between the whacks. That would be quite a good name, to be fair. It sounds like a good podcast or something. In between the whacks. Between two ferns. Jamie needs a t-shirt line. James about to start t-shirt empire. Yeah, I'd sell them to 3 people. That'd be great. T-shirts, hoodies, hats. Super interesting, like the precision of each cut and each adjustment. Yeah, what did you guys think that it actually looked like? So, some people here know how to edit stuff, yeah? Because people have been asking me questions about Premiere and Adobe and stuff like that. There'll be other people here, surely, who don't know anything about editing. Is this what you thought it looked like when you edited anything? Not specifically an Alec Steele video, but like, do you understand the concept of editing? I don't know. I don't mean to I'm not calling anyone stupid or anything. I'm just saying, like, you might not know what editing looks like. Like, if someone said about coding, I don't really know what coding looks like. It's like a pad with loads of numbers and letters and hyphens and all sorts of stuff, between two whackers. Might be a little bit that might be a little bit too far off the cuff. Wax a Million by Jamie P. Alec used to call me Jay Pizzle, I think. Is it Jay Pizzle? Pretty sure it was Jay Pizzle. Mr. Pizzle. Mr. Popple. When I used to come in the morning, he used to go, Mr. Popple. And I used to do it like every morning. Don't really know why. He also really likes a good handshake. We used to do a lot of very strong handshakes. Very lot of strong high fives that like sting your hands. Do a lot of them. We also used to have a lot of moments where it would be like, right, drop, do 20 press-ups. And we'd both drop down, do 20 press-ups. Those kind of things. They were always good fun. We had one time in the workshop, we had Alec had a BB gun, like a good one, like an airsoft gun. And we set up all these little cans hidden around the workshop, and we took turns. So I would go and set all these cans up in like different weird little places. So there'd be one behind the power hammer, there'd be one like underneath the mill, and like they'd be hidden. and then Alec would have to come out from the office and shoot all the cans as quick as he could, sort of like a SWAT, kind of like like a Navy SEAL operation or something like that. And we'd go through and bang, bang, bang. So we used to take turns setting them up and hiding them in different places. That was good fun. I also used to, I tell you what, Alec is really easy to make jump. So I used to hide from him all the time and scare him. So like I'd go and stand behind the Bridgeport mill in the corner, and he'd like go out to run an errand or something for 5 minutes, and he'd come back and he'd be like, look and try to find where I am, like scared. I also we had a really weird postage system at the old workshop. So instead of post arriving at the workshop, it would arrive at the office at the top of the hill, where the in the industrial estate from where it was from. So we would have to go up to go and get the post from the office. So one time Alec went up on his bike, and he used to bike up there. I went out and I got in his truck, which was parked outside the workshop. And then when he came flying downhill on his bike, I opened the door and like went boo or whatever, like, shouted at him. And he was terrible. He didn't fall off his bike, but it was a good scare. An entire reel of Alec jumping. Yeah, he jumps at anything, honest. Like, I would almost multiple times a day, I would come out of the office and the sound of the door opening from the office, it would make Alec jump. He's just a very jumpy guy. You work a lot faster than I expected. I'm planning on filming some stuff soon. You're a madman. See, this here is really, really slow for me. Like these really long clips are really killing me right now, to be honest. But a full video takes me probably 5 to 6 hours normally, I would say, for an average kind of video. Not gonna lie, I'm quite impressed how you move through the footage in chronological order whilst going back and forth in the video. Going back and forth in the videos in the stuff that you edit, or going back and forth watching the video that Alec, the Alec video after it's on YouTube? Either way, yeah, I know it's I just try to, I don't know, it seems like the most efficient way of doing it in a vlog. You want to use everything, so I just kind of go through. Yeah, as you edit. Well, what are you editing though? Are you editing YouTube videos, or are you editing like, I don't know, a music video or a trailer for something, or a promotional video for something? Because that's totally different. Whereas the footage I have is it's all chronological, it's all A to B. Whereas if you film something like something else, it could be A, D, back to B, then over to Z, and you're coming back to S again, then you're going down to R, or the other way, and it's like a mishmash. Then you probably want to have separate projects for your cutting, and then you can cut up, and then you bring them into your main timeline, to your main project, or your main sequence, or whatever kind of stupid Premiere project, and do that way. Commercial promo vids, yeah, so you're probably sort of making rushes, aren't you, in separate sequences, which is probably the best way to do it, really, for that. It depends on the footage that you've got, really. But yeah, with chronological, this is the most efficient way of doing it, I think. I'm learning to edit right now using DaVinci Resolve for my own YouTube videos. Came here to see how you handle it for more info, because more info can never hurt. I don't really have much to tell you about DaVinci. I've never tried it. I used to use DaVinci, what was it called? Was it called DaVinci Resolve? DaVinci, I can't remember. There was it's made by Blackmagic, isn't it? And they had a color grading software. I can't remember what that was called. I used to use that. I've heard a lot of good things about DaVinci Resolve though, and it's free. So I recommend that to anyone who asks me what they should use. That's free, because no one wants to buy very expensive editing software. They're always really hundreds of pounds, dollars. Very much just enjoying the chores around the house. This is a great background for the day. It's cool. You can just put it on like a podcast or something like that. Although you're not really learning much from a podcast, because I'm not speaking much while I'm doing the cuts. So I only cut and add songs. Well, you can step it up a bit now, Foster, can't you? I thought it would be more complex. No, it's not. It's just... You're talking about the editing I was asking before. I think it's just... Yeah, don't know what to say, really. It's just... it is kind of easy, really. It's just, in a sense, just taking what you want and getting rid of what you don't want. Right, hip dop dip time. Or hip dop... Whatever I called it. Yeah, it looks a bit of a mess, to be honest. Right, and then we're going to time lapse the rest of this clip. One thing I am a little bit concerned about is that this is just a part of making the... It's just a part of making the... stretching the stuff out. So I don't want to dwell on it too much. I feel like I'm dwelling on it too much at the minute. 9,000. $20,000. Get rid of that. We have a dead clip there. Now we're on to the second card. And then we're going to go into a mild time lapse, 1200. So we're going to rinse past some of these a little bit now. Another thing, which is, I don't know, it's worth mentioning. Obviously, every clip, well, not obviously, it's not usually the case when Isaiah's filming because there's more clips. But in a clip like this, one clip is the steel in the power hammer, and then the steel comes out of the hammer, goes into the fire. Then the start of the next clip, the steel comes out of the fire and back into the hammer. Sometimes, or a decent amount of the time, we cut it going in and out of the fire, so it looks like it's continuation. So it looks like instead of it cutting in between heats, it looks like it's cutting in during the heat. So that's what I'm doing here. Doesn't really work though, obviously, because you can see that the steel goes cold. But you get the point. Oh, that's 100% whack. We've got a good whack coming up here, boys and girls, or guys, if you want to. Back into a ramp. We'll do a real time, roughly. What's going on there? 850. Always wondered how you did this. It's awesome to see how. Wayne, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. I don't know how long you've been here, but yeah, it's a bit I don't know. This isn't as interesting as it can be normally. What am I looking at here? Where did that comment go? I'll have to say, I really want to start streaming. Catch you later, Mr. Casual. Catch you later, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Cool to have you here. May you know, how do they protect their cameras from dust and grinding sparks? So we have clear glass lens covers. What are they called? I can't remember what they're called, but they're just like 10 quid or something on Amazon. So we just have a boatload of them, really, and then they probably get replaced once every 2 weeks or something like that. The thing is that we shoot at low aperture, which I'm not going to explain. I think you know, but like the depth of field. So when we're at such a shallow depth of field, all of the stuff that's on the front lens cap, you can't even see in the footage for the most part, unless it's like a big thing, which is obviously when we replace it. But for like most of the sparks and stuff like that, you don't actually see the damage that it causes on the covers, so they get replaced every sort of like couple of weeks. I love this kind of long format stuff, as when you see the creative process in real time, it makes it clear the effort and perseverance. Any kind of magic tricks? Yeah, there isn't really any kind of magic tricks. No, it's just kind of. Well, actually, see, this is interesting. I watched the Titanic the other night, the movie, 1997 James Cameron movie. Right, I've obviously seen it before. Everyone has seen it. I'm sure everyone in this chat has seen it. Like, I think there was like a stat, like 97% of people over the age of whatever, like 20 or whatever, have seen Titanic. Anyway, for whatever reason, my girlfriend hadn't seen it, so we watched it the other night, and it was interesting to see that obviously the ships back then were all ran by engines with people putting coal in their engines instead of them just running off like hydro engines and stuff like they do now. And obviously in the film there's like dozens and dozens of men down there in the heat shoveling coal into these engines. This is a little bit of a tangent, to be fair, but it's interesting because this stuff. I feel like I'm like the coal man, you know. I'm shoveling the coal into the oven. Everyone just thinks it's like some sort of like you press a button and it does it. Doesn't work that way. So I'm like the coal shoveler. What advice do you have on holding audience retention with editing? So we try to keep the cuts between talking, like between sentences, like there is no pause. Obviously, like just now, I've just said a sentence and then I pause and then I take a breath and then I talk again. We get rid of all of those, so it just sort of brings everything faster along, it speeds everything along, which I did say earlier, but you might not have been here, but I said that inspiration comes from Logan Paul, not particularly by me. That was one of the things that I had to kind of get adapted to, is because I was cutting things slower back then, where it's about cutting things faster to sort of keep the energy and the sort of, well, keeping the energy there in the video, basically. So we try to keep the gaps between breaths and stuff as small as we can, which was a thing that Alec liked from Logan's videos. Logan is like a hero or something for Alec. So that's probably it. Don't just, if you're looking at audience retention, don't just sit on camera like I am now, just talking and doing the same old editing for the last hour and a half. But that's not the way to do it, I don't think. And also, just try to keep things dynamic, like pace. Changes of pace is good. You want slower pieces, you want faster pieces. You want people a montage to start and people not to know if it's going to be quick or slow or what's going to happen. Things like that. Here in Kentucky, we just use y'all. Y'all. Yeah. It's a bit easier, isn't it? Just for interest, is Alec or any of the Montana team watching in? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Alec would have probably said something. He did text me earlier on, though. NV filter. No, NV filters are, it's kind of like a clear NV filter. NV filters are used for stepping down light, which I think you obviously know that. Of course you know that. But yeah, so it's just like a clear filter. Oh no, UV filter. Yeah, I was thinking of bloody natural density filter, ND filters. Jesus Christ. I just tried to correct you, and I said the wrong thing, and you were right. Never mind. Well, you were kind of right. You said NV, UV. It's like a hybrid between ND and UV. Low aperture, you can't even see major cracks in the glass. You got cracks in your lenses? That's not very good. Hashtag editing the coal. Has anyone heard the song White Star Liner by Public Service Broadcasting? It's on the Titanic. What, in the movie? It's a great movie, to be fair. I forgot it was 3 hours long. You're doing great. You edit some, answer questions, shows and eyes. All is well, lol. Isn't the dust a problem as well? Yeah, dust is a bad problem. Fun fact, this MacBook, the speakers are destroyed because Alec used to edit in Barker Street Forge where there was no separate room. He would just edit where in the middle of the workshop, and all of the speakers are filled with fine dust, and now the speakers they're really crackly and muffled, so you can't use them. You have to use speakers or headphones all the time. And I edit with headphones all the time. I never use speakers for whatever reason. I don't really know why. Most people use like monitor speakers. I use headphones. I used to use speakers back at the workshop, which doesn't make sense because you would think it'd be louder. It'd be easy to use headphones, but it was hot. I used to sit outside actually in the summer and edit at the workshop. I used to have a little table set up out there. Thinking of ND. I shoot kids' sports. My cameras take a beating at times. What do they do? What kind of sports? Right. Let's get back to this. Right, I'm going to glide over some of the rest of these time lapses, I think. Because they don't...
Alrighty, we have some rains.
Rains, that was the correct term.
Alrighty, we have some rains.
Rains.
Time to forge the jaws.
Time to forge the jaws.
Time to forge the jaws.
Here's Alex setting up his shot look. Let's watch him. He'll come over and he'll be like, am I in the shot? Could they see me in the camera? Oh, look at the lever. Yes, looks very good, jolly good. And then he'll turn it off. Oh no, he's adjusted it. He'll turn it off and then he'll go get Steele. Bish bash bosh. That's how you film yourself, ladies and gents. I'm back. Webcam isn't working. Oh, your webcam isn't working. You meant mine. It was like, I'm looking at my own webcam now. What do you stream, Mr. Casual? What is your niche? The song is about how great the Titanic was before you know. See, this is behind the scenes stuff we need. Yeah, we haven't seen too much behind the scenes, too much funny stuff in this so far.
Forge the jaws.
So with here, I'm going to take out all of the walking up with the steel. Oh man, some of the things I'm like narrating for the point of nothing. I'm getting rid of Alec walking up with the steel. We're going to go straight into whack. There's no transition. He's like, we're going to forge the jaws straight into whacking, right? Then we've got real time now for the rest of the video, but there's only a few more clips. So we've got 6 clips, 6 more forging clips. And then Alec leaves it off here.
This has been a fun Sunday afternoon's forging. Glad to be making some progress on these monster tongs. Monster tongs.
I'm going to circle back with you in the
Tongs.
I'm going
to circle back with you in the morning.
I'm going to circle back with you in the morning.
So the workshop at the moment is obviously a bit strange with the whole coronavirus thing going on. So they're all sort of taking turns of who's in there at what time. So Alec has been in there Thursday and Friday evening, and then Saturday and Sunday, which is strange because he doesn't normally work on the weekends. It's normally a Monday to Friday kind of thing. And he does his bike rides and stuff on the weekends, as you will have seen from his stories. So this was filmed yesterday. on the Sunday. Right, we've got 2 more slow-mo clips, but I'm going to convert them into time lapses. No, that's not what I wanted. That's too quick. 12,000. And then to the last time lapse before the real time segment.
Alrighty, we have some rain.
And there we go. Drop the volume down. Talking segment. I can't click. That's 26. Shorten up the tails. Right. I was going to say string casually. Yeah, that's kind of the philosophy that I had. Camera and whack it on. I actually have the stream is running on my gaming PC, so I've got a desktop and then I edit on the MacBook. So I'm streaming my display up to my PC through a capture card, and then streaming on the PC because the laptop couldn't handle it, and it was also, even if it could handle it, it was slowing down Final Cut, so it was like laggy for like my mouse, and there's like a delay. So it's nice. And then I've obviously got a second monitor to read the chat and stuff because of that, which is pretty good. I've had baseballs hit my cameras. Football players run into me while getting low shots. Actually, so I had an FS700. When would this have been? I guess 3 years ago or something. I don't know. But anyway, I paid... I think I paid about... Was it 4,700? I paid like, I don't know, coming up to £5,000 for it. And I took it to a music festival. I took it to many music festivals, but after like a dozen music festivals or something, I was shooting, and then they had this laser effect which came like down the crowd like that and wiped straight over my camera and killed it. It put a line right across the sensor, so all of the footage had a big red line, like 2/3 down, and I had to get the sensor replaced, which cost like another £1,500. So it wasn't really good. But I actually had insurance on it, so the insurance paid for that, for the repair, but still, heartbreaking stuff. And I didn't have my camera for about 2 months either. Do you often edit the day after the footage was filmed? So yeah, typically it's normally Alec will film during the day, put it up, he'll finish it on an evening, put it on Dropbox. I wake up in the morning, all the footage is there. I finish editing the video and get it on Vimeo for about 2:30 in the afternoon. Alec wakes up and gets into the workshop about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So he wakes up, the video's there as when he wakes up in the morning. He watches it before he starts work, makes the notes, I can make the little changes, and boom. So it actually works really, really well. I think that's probably one of the reasons why he kept me on, is because it's nice to sort of, the editing gets done in the downtime essentially while he's asleep. It's also the way that Logan Paul used to do his videos. He had a British editor. I don't know if he still does, who knows, But yeah, he had a guy in the UK who edited. So when he woke up, his video's ready. And yeah, this stream is super chill and calm, just good vibes. Yeah, it's just casual, you know, just camera, chatting, doing some editing, boom. The only bad thing about an editing stream like this is that I can't have like background music to add a bit of something, because obviously I need the sound from this, so it's a bit noob. Rip Sensor, yeah, it was bad times. I was distraught, to be honest. It happened right towards the end of the festival, like the last sort of hour, and I was just like, oh, I was really upset. That is happening to police cameras right now in Hong Kong, France, other places protest. Oh, they just shine lasers into them? 2 in the afternoon, why goes a massive amount in such a short time? Wait, what? 3 in the afternoon. It's 3 in the afternoon for me, but it's in the morning for him, so it'll be like 8:30 in the morning or something. Well, obviously not past. It'll be like 8 in the morning or something. Right, let's watch through this whole montage. I actually need to clean up this intro bit still, because I moved it all. What's going on there? Cool. Pretty happy with that? I think it's looking pretty good. It's noon where I am. Yeah, that sounds about right. Are you on the west? You must be on the west coast, yeah? Yeah. What do you do beside editing Alec's videos? I just edit Alec's videos. That's all I do. It is my thing. Doesn't genuinely exist to edit yet. That's literally all I do. I'm just in a little box, and it's my existence. So this is slightly different now. So we're going on to real-time stuff. So now we have Hammer Audio. And so in between cuts, it's a lot more relaxed. But I like to line up the impact so that they are spaced. So if I have that like this, you'll hear it if I turn this off. You know, you get like the flow isn't there. Whereas if I space them out, you know what I mean? It's just as if it continues, as if it carries on. And we'll go. We're going to do a famous hop dip dop now, as we do. And then he watches all this romantic tragedies. Yeah. Titanic is a classic film. See, so this is one of the kind of moments where I need to try and figure out how to not make this just a clip of Alec forging, basically, because we've got 57 seconds. I need to extract the good bits out of it, because obviously I can't just have a 57 long clip. This wants to be 6 seconds or something. So how do I do that without taking away important information of how the material moves? Because right now he's doing very sort of fine work. So I might have to do a slight time lapse. Blend that into 600, 800. It's tricky. I just forgot about Hayden. Who is Hayden? I don't know who Hayden is. Oh, there we go. That seems very abrupt between the line. Right. Is this a good chance to show you the infamous timing the power hammer strikes? Not really. It's a bit inconsistent. I'll show you a little bit, right? Because why not? I want to bring this down so that you can hear the power hammer. It's too difficult. I can't figure out how to line up. What's up? My girlfriend likes to. Just went past, and she walked past as slowly and timidly as she could. I thought she wanted something. Oh, I'm struggling to I think this is actually going to be better off if I speed it up. Oh, who's in that car? Who's in that car? I wonder. What we got here? I look at chat and all I can see is James Trollard. Hayden Hillier Smith. I don't know who that is. Should I know who that is? Is it a bladesmith or something? Hiding all the women just like Alec. We've got to protect them, you know. Got to protect them. You can find it very easy on Instagram from my photos and tagged. Well, my girlfriend, obviously not Alex. I will just say though, out of all of the team, I was the first person to meet her. So there you have it. Even before Will, right? So there's my claim to fame. What percentage of a video do you think you have with this footage? 25%. That's probably not a bad estimate, to be fair. So we missed that section in the middle where he was making the plate out of wood. But let's say that it was 30 seconds long, right? So we get rid of all of this for now. We currently have, at the end of this, we'll have about 7 minutes of a video. And the video will probably end up being, I don't know, it depends. See, what you got to think, or what you got to, you'll already know this, because it's obvious, it's common sense. But the talking segments take way more than the montages do. So the montages, you can get a lot of progress done in a 1 minute montage, whereas 1 minute of talking, nothing happens. So if there's lots of talking, then it drags the video out. If there's less, then the video can be really quick. Alright, we're going to go straight full-time episode. And then even fuller. And into anvil time. So this doesn't happen on Premiere, but on Final Cut, if you go over 3000%, you lose the audio. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to detach the audio from this one, the 3000. Then the time lapse here goes up to 13,000%. So I'm just going to stretch the audio over. Simple stuff, really. What is the point of chat if not to chat? This isn't a business meeting or a lecture or anything. No, yeah, good. Chat's good. It's cool to answer questions and stuff and hear what people are thinking. Jim is the OG friend. Watch out, Alec. Jay knows where the bodies are buried. What? Apparently Hayden Hilly's... Oh, that's his editor, is it? I didn't know that. That's cool. He has a very, very cool name. Hillier Smith. Hayden Hillier Smith. Whenever I think of the name Hayden, I literally can only think of Anakin, because Hayden Christensen. Do you follow some sort of algorithm for how long to make videos and such? So Alec used to be very obsessed with the algorithms. We used to we tested quite a lot of different things really back at the old workshop a couple of years ago, and I don't really know what to tell you really. We did, and then it was just a bit stressful, so now we just kind of don't bother. Or at least that was the last that I know. But the algorithm just sorts itself out. No one knows what the algorithm is, so you can experiment and see if things change or if they make things better or not, but who really knows? But it is what it is. Looks like a British Will Stelter, does he? Filters. What filters are we talking about here? Again, so like most of the time editing I spend looking at this line and this line here, and I pick out, so that's that's a drum beat there, obviously, and then this is a hammer strike, so we want to line those up so that they coincide. So when you whack, it wants to be slightly off, by the way. It hits the beat, and that's how you do it. Yeah, the videos did used to be quite a lot shorter for a while. What was the first video edit for Alec? It was the Cavalry Saber Part 4, I believe it was. And then the one after that was the moving the workshop, which was like 2 or 3 videos after. And then from then on, 97% of them have been mine or something. I think I worked it out. It's been literally hundreds of videos, which is pretty crazy. There was a long time where we had a video like every 4 out of 5 days, like four videos a week. So I really want to show you guys how the timing of the hammer strikes are done. Or he's taken his time to make sure he's hitting in a specific spot or something like that, but it's all a bit, it's not the rhythm. So a lot of it is the rhythm of the hammer, obviously. It has to be a steady rhythm, or as close as steady, and then I go through and tweak them, essentially. You've seen every single one. So I'll show you a little bit. So this is the next hit. So we need to get this line onto this line here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just cut between these two. It's simple. Don't do that. And then I want to drag it along back. So now the gap in between them is the gap in between the two hammer blows now 161%, which you can notice it here, but normally it might be 120%, and you won't even know that it's sped up because it just the human eye just doesn't tell. I mean, you can tell here probably because it's 210 is quite drastic, but. And then we'll do a hop dip dop. And that's what you get with. And then we could blend that, we could ramp that in just so it's a bit smoother. I'll bring it up to an 8 times time lapse. And then maybe back out again. I'll put a marker just to check. Right. 10 minute plus video, 10 plus minutes get you at least 2 ads in the video. Over an hour, yeah. So they're never less than 10 minutes really. It's not a subconscious thing. It's just they always end up being like 12 minutes at least, sort of thing. I guess we probably average about, I don't know, what's the average length of an Alec video? 13 minutes maybe. Interesting to see the old videos compared to now. So I actually, if I ever need to go back to get a piece of footage, like a little clip or a snippet from an old video, and I look through, or if I just look through for the hell of it or whatever, and I look back at some of the, like not even old videos, like let's say, I don't know, the Falchion or something, not that long ago, and I watch it now compared to how the editing is now, it's so much, for me, I feel like it's so much sloppier than it is now. And that wasn't even long ago. And even at that point, I'd already been editing the videos for like an hour and a half, like a year and a half. And so, I don't know, when I look back at them now, I'm like, did I really edit this? This sucks. But I don't know. But yeah, it is weird how they change. It's also another very interesting point is that when Alec moved to the US, people were all like, "Oh, we don't like this new editor. He sucks." Blah 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 blah. It was still me, and people were like ragging on it and saying, "Oh, this sucks. This new editor is crap." And it was me. And yeah, I don't know. It's funny. It's just like the what is it when you take some medicine or something and it doesn't make you feel better, but you think it makes you feel better. It's that. I can't remember what the word is. Do you like the new paint job of the Power Hammer? I think it looks awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. I absolutely cried laughing. Well, I didn't cry laughing. It was hilarious when I saw Alex draw it. I saw Alex draw it. And it had that weird little beady eye on the top and the mouth on the bottom of it. And I put the oh no laugh in. I do have a lot of fun. To be fair, I crack myself up all the time. Whenever there's something funny happening with an Alec video, it does. I'm laughing to myself. I'm not sitting there with a straight face. I laugh quite a lot. I tell you what though, probably the funniest episode I ever edited, which this is quite an interesting piece of trivia, was the Warrior Poet Society collaboration when John Lovell came down from wherever and they made the zombie bayonet. So there was so much, there's a lot of funny things that happened in the video, but there was also a lot of stuff which didn't make it in, which was just like workshop, not banter, but like, in between takes and stuff, they'd be talking about, it'd always be about the bayonet, but not, you know what I mean? It was just stuff that got cut out. And John is just such a funny guy. And the other guy, Evan, I think his name is. Those two guys are just hilarious. The jokes that they were coming out with made me laugh. So I did enjoy editing that. That was a good one. But yeah, there's been some pretty good collaborations. Collaboration episodes are always way harder to edit than a normal episode, by the way, because when someone else comes into the workshop and they're filming a video with Alec is obviously like talking to them, and he's like, it's not all about making a video, it's about like meeting someone, like meeting another YouTuber or whatever. And so the footage always ends up, there always seems to be so much more talking footage because everyone's kind of rambling and stuff, and like they've never worked together before, so you have that kind of mishmash and that kind of thing. We've actually been streaming for over 4 hours. Pretty ridiculous. But yeah, there you go. What else have we got here? Was teaching John late? Sorry if already discussed, but how much of the talking segments get cut, edited out? Has Alec gotten to the point where he can mostly say what he needs in a short clip? So Alec, I did speak about it a little bit, but I'll go into it again, that's fine. And thanks for dropping it in, Sean. Interesting fact, I used to think that Sean, spelled S-E-A-N, was seen for whatever reason. I thought Sean was always spelled S-H-A-U-N, but there you go. No one actually spells the name Sean S-H-A-U-N. I feel like S-E-A-N is the more default Sean, but that's a ridiculous tangent. In terms of stuff getting cut out of videos, I don't know. Kind of varies really. Sometimes I kind of make an executive decision on what really needs to be in. We try to keep it fairly bare bones, because if we have like 5 minutes of talking in between two montages, that's a big drop-off point for viewerships. So I try to keep things concise. Nothing against Will, but I do edit a lot more of Will because he's not as good of a speaker as Alec is. He just isn't. Alec is he's just like gifted with it. Like he can just speak and speak very concisely. Whereas Will likes to talk about the processes a bit more and stuff, so I do trim those down a bit more. Alec, anyone remember Alec's old vlog about going for a walk at a beach? Some other random things. Is that the one where he went out on the boat? He used to take the boat out in a few evenings over the islands, which he used to love doing. Do you also watch the videos in the first workshop? It's been a couple of years. Yeah, it's strange how it was only the first workshop for like a week and then they moved. Weird. It's also weird to think that back then it was just Alec and I, and also Sam. But Sam was only there like 1 day a week, by the way. So it was pretty much just Alec and I, and now there's like all these you know, big team of stuff and all the Alec Steele Co. and things. So it's really cool how things have expanded. Placebo, that was the thing I was talking about. Yeah, placebo effect. I always knew you stayed at it and I always liked the videos. There was a point where it felt more playful. Remember through the grinding room door cut. Yeah, so sometimes I still add bits and bobs like that in. The footage needs to be there for it though. There's a certain clip that I need for it, which I don't normally have. And if someone's walking, there's a lot of clips where Isaiah will follow Alec into the grinding room and you'll see the door and then Alec is in front of the door. It's no good because I can't keyframe that very easily. It takes way longer. I need the square door to be there without Alec in it, basically. If that makes sense. Like if Alec opens the door for the camera, then that's I can do those kind of things. I think should get his own anvil. What would I do with my own anvil? I don't know how to forge anything. I actually do. I have a Damascus billet, which Alec gave me when I actually have two. I have one which I made for a second knife, which never ever made. So the original Bowie here, the Bowie knife. I made a second billet, not at the same. Well, this isn't Damascus. I did make a billet to remake this knife a few months after this one, maybe like 4 months after. And I made the billet, I cut it, welded it up again to reforge it, and it just kind of never happened really. And then, so I still have that somewhere. And I also have a mosaic that Alec made for whatever reason. So, you know, if at some point I get a chance to forge something, I've got some cool steel mosaic Damascus to work with. You should see if Alec will like put cut out bits on your channel or something. Some people say that stuff for Patreon. You should see if Alec will let you put those cut out bits. What cut out bits? I don't know what cut out bits you mean. I think Jamie gets an animal. Get it all the time. People really call you seen all the time. Thanks for the live stream. No worries, man. Did Alec have any theatre experience? No, I don't think so. Not that I know of. You obviously know he's like fluent in French. It has nothing to do with theatre, but I don't know. It's a thing. I had a feeling that the shots improve when you visit them in the USA. Did you guys discuss that during the visit? Not really. No, we spoke a little bit about things, but it wasn't about anything specific. It was more like a general kind of like a generalities of some stuff, but nothing, you know, it wasn't anything like do this, do that, or anything. But so I don't think you shouldn't have really noticed anything changed really. Also, Isaiah wasn't even filming the video that I was when I made the knife. Isaiah only filmed like 20% of it. Callan filmed a lot of it, and also Kevin, which he's popped up in the videos a couple of times. Kevin, he's like a bit of a jack of all trades kind of guy. He does like a lot of the admin stuff and sorting sponsorships out and stuff like that, but he occasionally picks up the camera. He filmed a lot of it too, so it was Callan and Kevin who filmed me, and Alec a little bit too as well. You had no clue he spoke French. He's spoken French in a bunch of videos. He's really good at speaking French. In fact, yeah, in Zweihander 15, which obviously isn't out yet, I've edited a lot of it. There's 400 clips, and I think I'm up to I can't even guess, like 12 minutes or something. I don't know. He speaks French in that episode, and there's a meme as well because he speaks French, and I've dubbed it over. I've translated it with subtitles to just say something totally different to what he says. And so he's just talking gibberish, but it's very serious. I think that's another. It's just one of them. Cracking myself up, basically. Visit to Starbucks are particularly hilarious. Will Alec ever grow a beard? Maybe one day. I think he's still young to be Alex. Only 21, I think. 21, 22? He's one of them. Must be 22. 22. I mean, to be fair, I only started growing a beard properly like last year, maybe the year before. I had like the sort of goatee thing. I didn't have any of the cheeks, or none of this stuff existed. Gonna have to go look it up. Why would you ever learn French? He's yeah, I think he lived in France or something. Right. Why would you learn French, Mr. Casual, to go to France? Right. Step this up again to 3,000. And then down to 100 again. Maybe not 100, we'll go 300. Speed it up a bit. I really wish that I just sort of held off and waited until Isaiah was back in the workshop before I'd done this live stream, because I feel like it could have been a lot more interesting if we had Isaiah's dynamic footage and stuff, and there was a bit more pizzazz rather than just the static shots. I feel like it'd have been more interesting for you guys to watch instead of just me messing around with the same angle and same cliff. His mum is French, I think. I'm sure you mentioned that once. Yeah, well, that is the case. I didn't want to say anything unless, I don't want to delve into his personal life. But if you said it in a video... Right. Sorry, I stopped speaking. I went into a bit of a focus, concentrating mode. How many people does it take to make an episode? How many people? I don't know what you mean by that. I guess it takes Alec and I and Isaiah. Are you talking like generally? I guess you're asking more about the team. So there's a lot of stuff which goes into the rest of stuff, not just the videos. So And obviously we have Callum, who's taking care of like social media and Instagrams and like thumbnails, photography, that kind of stuff. We've got Kevin, who's doing like the admin kind of things and setting up sponsorships and stuff. We've got Ty, who's doing more like the Alec Steele Co kind of thing, like with all the product launches and all that kind of stuff. Callum's also sort of mainly doing the websites and things like that, as well as the social stuff. And then we've got a couple of people working in Alec has a couple of people working in the warehouse doing like product stuff, and they all kind of chip in and stuff like that. So it's not just about making the videos. Obviously, Isaiah is the guy who's filming out there. Alec and Will both presenters, obviously. I do the editing. So bare bones, I mean, it could be, it's a variable number. Bare bones, Alec could do it all, couldn't he? Second bare bones would be Alec and I, which is what this is. Alec filming himself, I editing. And the default is Alec, Isaiah, and myself. How are you getting such clean playback with the editing process? Is it a function of your hardware separate scratch drive? So I am streaming my display from my MacBook up to my PC using a capture card. So that's how it's not laggy while I'm streaming. And Final Cut is just really smooth, to be honest. It's just so much smoother than Premiere, so it's that's why it's like butter. So yeah, a little bit of both, really. There's Premiere with decent RAM processor, okay GPU, get really bad playback. So Premiere is just not very well optimized. It doesn't take good advantage of your processors and stuff like that. Final Cut is like so dialed in. So all the footage is 1080p, so it's not 4K. Even at 4K though, it's just as smooth as this on 4K. I never have to proxy my footage. It's always as it is from the camera. Like on Premiere, you're probably proxying your stuff. Don't have to do that on here. It's ridiculous, to be honest. If you Google Dr. Simon Curtis, we need an episode of everyone. Ryan Collins, how's it going, man? Thanks for all the great vids over the years. You're very welcome, buddy. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. I rhymed. One day I need to put all his memoirs. Yeah, maybe he'll become an author one day. Right, we're coming up to the end here, boys. Go for a bit 100%. Maybe not. It's a little bit dull. And there we have it. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I have the section in the middle, but this is the end of the footage that I have for now. But I have the other stuff to go back on.
This has been a fun Sunday.
So, as always, we drop down to -8. And I usually bring all the power hammers and stuff down to -10. All the real-time stuff. So it's slightly less pronounced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Miss the look of Harrod and metal from the old videos. More contrast, dark surroundings. Do you like lighting in the new workshop? So, do you mean like old? How old are we talking? Because back in Barker Street, Alec used to film instead of Vlog, which we use now, obviously. This is why it's all flat. Alec used to shoot in a picture profile called Vivid. And basically, instead of having a color depth of like 12 or whatever, I don't know, it would have like 3. So you'd have like no depth shades. So white steel, red hot steel was just one color. Whereas now we shoot in Vlog, that's why you get all of the different crisps. Like this is why steel looks like this now, and you see all the bits of flake. Back on Vivid, you wouldn't see any of that stuff. This would just be a huge glow. Like you wouldn't see all of this detail. And so that was one of the things that we changed really. But yeah, it had more of a stylized look to it, but this has more of a, you know, you actually see what's happening to the metal. The unsung hero, my favorite channel. Do you get to see Alec and the team very often? So I've only visited once, and that was in January. And it was great. Done loads of skiing. Obviously made the knife, which is here, if you weren't in the stream earlier. Boom, that's the one. We shot some guns, which was great fun. All sorts of good stuff. It was great. So yeah, I really want to go back. We were talking about maybe doing a summer thing, because all the hikes and stuff, because we didn't do too many hikes, and obviously with the nice weather and stuff, it'd be cool to do, but that's not going to happen, I don't think, obviously with the corona and stuff. But hopefully next winter will be cool if we get the chance to go back, because I'd love to go and do some more skiing and stuff with the guys. Do you like the lighting in the new workshop? So lighting's a little bit hard really, because lighting costs a fortune for a space that big. The workshop is massive, so obviously it costs a lot of lights to have everything lit up nicely, but it's pretty good. They have like lights that move around on like a C stand, and then obviously we have like the big chunky ones that have. Jamie visiting the workshop episode of 4. Do you pick a soundtrack for each video? Is there an input from Alec and or the team? So I pick all the music. We glossed over this a bit earlier, but I'll go over it again quickly. We have a big music library. We counted it on stream earlier. Not each track, but what's in the folders. There's like 1,600 tracks. And for those, we use Epidemic Sound, Artlist, and Soundstripe. That's where we got all the music from. We've only had Soundstripe for about 2 weeks. And I pick all the music depending on what's happening in the video. So if we've got like hammery stuff like this, we use a more heavy track. If we've got grinding, it's a bit more electronic, a bit more sci-fi, grinding, welding. I love welding footage. The welding slow-mo footage is my favorite. It just looks insane. I really do enjoy the welding footage. So that might be a bit more sci-fi, a bit more electronic, you know, kind of go with the flow and try and get the inspiration from the footage. And yeah. Has Alec ever complained about an edit? If yes, why? No, I don't think once. I think one time I used like a metal track. It was like on the grey area between heavy rock and metal, and it was a little bit too hard, I think. And Alec didn't, you know, he obviously didn't say anything bad. He's just like, yeah, maybe not use this track again because it's a bit too heavy, sort of thing. So it was a bit too hardcore, which I agree with. It was a little bit too slightly over. I can't remember. This was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Thanks again so much. It's great. Please do it again. It's been great. Thanks for stopping by. It's been great. It has 4.5 hours. The time has flown. Love how you match the hand flows to the drum beats and the rock music. Awesome. Thanks very much. A lot of people seem to like that. I think it's quite cool for the videos, I guess. Z the Blacksmith, you made it, man. How's it going? You should do this for every episode of Def Tune In. I couldn't do it for every episode. It would what's the word? It slows me down, and it's too much stress and pressure. But it'd be cool. I was thinking if I could maybe do it like once a week or something. If I made it like every Monday or something. I don't know. Maybe not a schedule, but if I could do it like once a week, that'd be quite cool. Different projects and stuff like that. I don't know. It could be quite cool. I don't know. 40 hours a week of live stream. Yeah, it'd be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it? I'd watch when I'm not working myself. What music does Alec like? Alec likes country music. He listens to a lot of country music. we had a playlist which he would play all the time. To be fair though, I did bring him around towards the end of the last workshop. He was listening to a lot of rock music, which I brought him around into. I feel, and also his wife. I need to be very careful not to say her name. She is a big fan of Led Zeppelin, and now, well, not now, but like she showed him Led Zeppelin, and then he became a big fan of Led Zeppelin. So we used to listen to a lot of that in the workshop too. But yeah, so country mainly though, definitely country kind of guy. Good question. What does your work week look like? 40 hours plus minute minus? Less than that, I would say. Let's say, I don't know, probably it varies. It varies depending on the complexity of the edits. So like today has been quite a difficult one with the long clips, but I'd probably say 7 hours a day or something, 7-8 hours maybe, over 5 days. So, but sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, and it kind of, it evens out. Awesome stream. Thanks very much, Oliver. Mr. Steele has taste. Enjoy the way you took the production quality when you joined. Thanks for live streaming. This is very inspirational. Love to see more. Thanks very much for stopping along by text. I haven't seen you chat, so I think you've just been absorbing. You've just been chilling in the background, which is cool. The stream has been amazing. Thank you, Jamie, for the amazing stream. You're very welcome, Fosto Salsa. I can never pronounce your name. I can pronounce it. It's just I have to read it and say it. Fausto Salsa. Apple or Microsoft? Apple. Well, I'm streaming on Microsoft, but I'm editing on Apple. Love Led Zeppelin. So, yeah. I don't really know what to do here because I do have more to edit here. I have this stuff in the middle, which is the table making, for the hammer, which is 27 clips. Do you guys want to see it, or should I call it an end here for the stream? I'm gonna pop to the loo quickly because I've been needing to go for the last hour and a half, and I've been holding it in because I didn't want to leave, but I'm gonna go. So I'll literally be back in 20 seconds. I'll put some music on for you in the time being though. So we'll go with, what should we go with? I'll put the Zweihander finale music on for you, because if you didn't hear it, this is going to be the soundtrack for the Zweihander finale. So I'm just going to be right back in a second. What am I doing? Good timing. So we only lost 4 people when I went for a pee. Not bad. Right, what have we got going on there? How do you guys transfer files like raw clips and final edits? Kevin Ma. Clips on Dropbox. So we have a huge Dropbox, like an 8 terabyte Dropbox. It all just goes overnight, and I wake up in the morning, the footage is all there. Final edits get uploaded to Vimeo, and then we do the tweaks in there, and then upload straight from Vimeo into YouTube. That's good. You pronounce it quite well, actually. Fausto Salsa. I'm game. Be quiet and let you work. Being informative and enjoyable. Jim Henline. Henline. It's cool. It's cool name. I like how you line up your streaming window perfectly with the software. Yeah, thanks. I used to have it. Well, yeah, it's done. No, it's pointless. Wash your hands. Yeah, I disinfected them about 7 times. If I stood up with my pants, yeah, that'd be good. Right. I actually live in Norfolk, do you? That's cool, man. Have you always lived in Norfolk? Or back in a minute, quick pee. And how long does it take you to pee? How long does it take to upload a 20-minute video? I have pretty quick internet. I've got about 350 meg download and about 40 meg upload. So it probably takes, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Not too long, really. The processing time takes a lot longer, though. When you upload it to Vimeo, it has to process, and that can take like half an hour, 40 minutes. Apple or Microsoft? I did answer this, but I stream on Microsoft on my PC, Windows, and edit on an Apple MacBook. But if you're talking about generally, I don't really know. I have an iPhone, if that helps. Got to go help more panic students. Thanks for the fantastic live stream. You do fantastic work. Thanks very much, Scene, for stopping by. Catch you later. Right, what should we do? Should we edit this thing? I already have the music. I actually have to make the tweaks to the intro for this, don't I? I'm going to do this off stream, though, because this was quite fiddly. So I'll sort this stuff out afterwards. It might take me a while. And I can't talk while I'm doing it, because I really need to concentrate. This stuff we can do, though. This... doing this panel. Actually, no, we needed music for it still, didn't we? I do like the piece of music. If you weren't here before, it's too quick. Because I already used a fast-paced piece of music previously in the episode. So we need something a bit slower. What kind of genre should we go for? Does anybody have any suggestions of something crazy? Not something crazy, something which might work. What's a cool genre that we could put in? Could we go for a funk, for instance? What have we got in the funk? No, I don't think that's the one. Screamer. I don't think so. Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna go with that. Funk. This one slaps, it does. It's a slapper, right. Big tongs. Big tongs. YouTube content, generate license. MP3. Download it, whack it in, bang. Avocado junkie, is that what it's called? This one slaps. Right, I'm gonna put a little tag on this thing because I haven't used it. I want to use it at some point. It's got a green dot. The green dot has no significance. I put colored dots on some tracks which I haven't used that I want to use. Or if they're really good and I just have no idea, it just becomes a big mess, basically. Just all big mess. Right. Where are we going to start our track? Got a break coming up here. Is that where we wanted to come in?
Adjust them before we cut it out of steel.
No, we'll keep this. We'll keep the whole section here. We'll keep it all. Right. I'm going to read a few more comments and I'm going to do some editing for like a solid 10 minutes, right? And yeah. So I'm going to do some last comment reading for a second. Since I was like 2, I live halfway between Norwich and Fakenham, out in the sticks, 3 megabit internet. That's awful, man. That's awful. I used to live in the countryside too, but on the opposite side, so towards I don't know, between Norwich and the coast, or the east coast, sorry, so sort of towards Southwold kind of way. And I had awful internet there as well. So you only get it if you're in the city. It's weird. I've lived in 3 places. I live in the centre of Norwich, but I lived 3 places in the city centre, and the first one had Virgin Media, which is the best speeds if you don't know in America. The second place didn't have Virgin Media, even though it's still in the city centre of Norwich. I have no idea why. And now the third place has Virgin Media again, and it's so good. I missed it because I had BT down to like a peasant 68 megabytes or something. So it's nice to have the good stuff back. Which ISP does 350? Yeah, it's Virgin Media. Optic fiber. Dubstep. I've used a little bit of dubstep in the tracks sometimes. Alec used to use a lot more dubstep actually when he was editing himself. He used to use that sort of jazzy kind of jazzy dubstep. One of my favourite parts of filmmaking and editing is where the story actually gets created. It's true. It is true. I used to live in Southwold. Did you? That's funny, man. Southwold is one of my favourite places in the world. I go for walks there quite often. They have, you probably do visit and stuff still because it's such a nice place. But they have a fish and chips place down the harbour, right? It's, I can't remember what it's called. But you get fish and chips there. And it's fantastic. The curry sauce is like this kind of satay, kind of peanutty sauce. Brilliant. I'm so hungry right now thinking about it. It's a shame. What Premier League team do you support? I don't really support a team, to be honest. I enjoy football and I watch games and I follow the league, but I don't support anyone in particular. I like seeing Liverpool do well just because Trent Alexander-Arnold is just such a dude, isn't he? He's just a great, fantastic player. He's my favourite player, so that's what we buy. But I don't really care in particular. I just kind of like the whole thing. But I should support Norwich really, but I don't. My family are all from Middlesbrough, actually. So they all kind of support Middlesbrough. If I support a team, I guess it probably wouldn't be them, to be honest, no. So, but yeah, I do kind of like just watch the football in general. Only seen that as in Manchester United. Yeah, I brought in Bruno into my my FPL team. I done really well in FPL, by the way. I don't know if anyone is in FPL. I was doing pretty good. Don't think Americans understand why Europeans go on walks. What are you on about? People go on hikes in America. Right, let's do some work.
Steel.
I'm getting a bit of lag here. Draw a line, Alec. I want a line. Not a dot. I need a line. They're dots. I guess dots work. Do you guys see the thought process though of like the sinking? You know, I wanted the line to sort of get the contrast between the time lapse and then like a. It wasn't there though. Right. I did say 10 minutes and I've only done a few minutes. I'm not going to read any more comments because I'm going to discipline myself. There's the line. Dun 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 dun. Dun, dun.
Perfect.
Right. I want a little slight shot of that, of the saw coming over, so that we land back on the cutting from that line. Do you get what I'm saying? That's such a cool shot. Timing's slightly off. Is it? Sometimes I can't tell if the timing's slightly off or if it's just the lag, and it is actually on, but it's just a slight delay. Oh yeah, that's what I'm all about. That is what I'm all about. You see how the drill goes through right as the boom boom. Right. It still hasn't been 10 minutes. I'm gonna carry on. We haven't got much stuff to do really, have we? How many clips we got here? 10, 12, 14, 17. so hungry. That's quite a cool transition, actually. Like, brushes the camera. I don't think that would have been intentional. It's kind of cool how it's kind of like... I wish that was slightly more time. There we go. And I'll have a little zoom out as well, just to sell the effect. Right, let's read some things. The arcade on the pier is fun too, the homemade one. It's very scary. Have you ever put your hand in the crazy wolf dog thing? Don't do it. Alec would never do it. I tell you what, you couldn't give Alec anything in the world to do that. Don't think most Americans... You know, here South Africa is a bit expensive, especially mobile data. Yeah, I imagine so. We used to have a radar 4G Wi-Fi tower thing at the old workshop in Fakenham, because that was quite out in the sticks. So we had like a satellite thing. I don't know what it was called, but whatever. What's your height? I'm about bang on 6 foot. Not a mil lower, not a mil higher. Weird question, yeah. This is gender. It's a question, you know. If you've got any questions, I don't mind answering them. You know, within reason, obviously. What is Mr. Selt up to nowadays? He is back in the workshop. They had a timetable, so everyone had their own slot in the workshop. So I think Will was in Monday and Tuesday morning. Yeah, live streams on Instagram a lot. Probably handstanding something. Yeah, no doubt with Will. Jamie lives to edit. Will lives to handstand. I've been in and out for a few hours. I love your edits in that little section right here is smooth as fuck. Oh, I can say it. You know, it's I'm not on the big YouTube channel. It's not me. But Jazla, thanks for stopping in, man. Thanks for the kind words. It's cool that you've been chilling. You know, people have their own style. You know, you can either chat, or you just chill in the background and just dwell. Each of their own. I don't do Face-to-Cram off Twitter. I only see Will when he's with Alec. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Twitter, to be honest. I hate Twitter. And I have an Instagram. I don't use it too much though. I post on there every like 2 months or something. There's nothing so satisfying as when the beat of the music matches with the action so perfectly. It's why we love your editing. Thanks very much. That's kind of why I love editing, to be honest. I just like the harmony between the music and the stuff. That's why my stuff is very synced normally. There's a scale between. So some editors base the music very loosely on their cuts, or some people are like on every beat, and some of them are like in the middle. I probably stray more towards on every beat because I enjoy it. If you don't miss your Instagrams, you're missing out on so much content. You are missing out on a lot of content, to be fair. They do post a lot on their Instagrams. And Isaiah, while we've been in lockdown, Isaiah's been doing a lot of cutting from like highlights from older videos, because he hasn't obviously got anything else to do. So Alec's been getting him to do that. So there is some cool stuff on there at the moment. You can tell you care about your work. I just can't bring myself to sign up to it. Too many fights on social media. Just create, want to make it private. You're taller than 6 foot. No, I'm not. I'm bang on 6 foot. Are you still here, Matt? Have you been here the whole time? No, I'm pretty much bang on 6 foot. With shoes on, maybe like 6.5. 6 foot and a half or something. Ready to delete Facebook again. At least 6'2". No way am I 6'2". How tall do you think you are? You're 6'2". How do you start getting into video editing? I used to make frag movies of Call of Duty 4 clips way back in the day. So when would that have been? Well, the game came out in 2008. So yeah, like 2008, 2009, I guess, probably when I started. And then I actually used to do... Have you guys heard of like Video Copilot, the After Effects dude? Andrew... I can't remember what his name is. He has the iconic name. I used to do a lot of like After Effects kind of stuff, and then I moved into like Cinema 4D. I actually have Mike Winkleman, also known as Beeple on Skype, which is just, you know, weird trivia question. He's huge on Instagram now. He wasn't back then. So I used to do quite a lot of like 3D things. I jumped quite around a lot of creative different things really until I found videos, and then this is where I found my safe, you know, like my thing. So that's kind of what I did. And I went to art school. I done a BTech in art and design, and then I went to uni, done a degree in graphic design, and then I found videos, and boom, and then here I am. So that's the story wrapped up in a little bit. Are you going to do this again? Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how what Alex thought of it, and if it's worthwhile doing. You ever sad Alex moved to America? Not really. You like the UK. Yeah, it's a shame. It was good fun working with him and having someone else to work with in the workshop and stuff. But nevertheless, it's been cool. Anyway, let's carry on with the video. I'm going to watch this back because I've lost my train of thought now.
Alec Steele.
That could do with a transition there. Needs like a roll. We'll do a roll. We'll roll, and we're going to go for a BL roll right. Might be a bit too quick, actually. I like it because we have that horizontal plane, and then we get swipe in. It's pretty cool. Oh, he drew around the bottom of the... God, I can't wait to have some food after this. Can we get a little bit of a ramp? This is a really nice clip, actually, of Alec walking away with the stabilizations of the GH5 just doing its thing. I'd want that to be much smoother, though. Oh. What is he doing? He's turned the power hammer on as he puts the thing in. Oh no. I can have another little transition. We'll do another little zoom in. A little simple one. Quick one though. Just a little. The clip needs to be longer. Dun, 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 dun. Get that back on. Give it a little pizzazz. How many more clips we got here? What is going on here? Why is it? What is going on? Been back and forth with the first 2 hours. Came back for the last 20 minutes or so. Fair dues, man. Yeah, there was the slow-mo stuff took so long in the middle. To learn how to force something help with the editing process. It probably does help in a way. Not as much as you would think though. People seem to think that because I know how the knives are made and watch in the process. Doesn't really help me too much really. You should do like a yearly reunion. Alex mentioned his dad does woodworking before. Does he have any videos of anything in his work? I don't think so, no. I've been to his workshop though. He has a carpentry workshop. It's a hobby for him. But he's made, like, he's got these like fantastic chairs and stuff like that. Actually, you would have seen the workshop. If you go back to what was it? Was it I think it was the Gendry's hammer, I believe. Oh, and also this katana. There's some katana stuff in there as well. For the handle, when he was chiseling out the handle, that's on there. The katana, but also the Gendry Warhammer, I think, was there with the handle of it was made there. Yeah, because he stropped it with a thingy, didn't he? And then yeah. So if you go back to those 2 episodes, you'll see it. Especially the Gendry one. If you go back to Gendry Part 3 or whatever it was, you'll see all of the clips of the workshop, like a reveal of it. And you'll see like the chairs and stuff on the walls and stuff like that. It's a really cool space. It kind of reminds me of like a boathouse. I'm not sure if it is a boathouse. Really cool workshop though. Game of Thrones hammer, yeah, that's the one. Draw knife. What camera is the footage from? It is a Panasonic GH5 GB Flyer. Right. I'm really finding it hard to concentrate because I'm so hungry now. I ate at like 2 o'clock before the stream and it's now 8.
But I definitely feel like now we see where it fits back there. Now we see where it fits back there. We could use some material in these corners.
Right, is this piece of wood that he's using here as a template, or is this going to be the thing made out of wood? Because why is it made out of wood? I don't get it. Right, pull up it down.
steel.
Drop this down a little bit too.
Out of steel.
Okay. I need to tidy those cuts up a bit, but they're okay for now. Right, tell you what, boys. What we'll do is we'll make a plate to go underneath the power hammer to catch red hot shards of steel, right? We'll make it out of wood. Oh, actually, no. What we'll do is we'll make it out of cardboard. Let's make it out of I think it's a template, to be fair. I think he's going to make it out of steel. Oh, we've got a little poke through as well. There we go. Can someone get Jamie some grub? Yeah, I could do with it. I could do with it. Not long now, boys, to be fair. We actually only have, well, we've got like 2 clips left, so I'll be wrapping it up soon. Gee, what? I looked at the clock a minute. It was like 4.5 hours of streaming a minute ago. And I've just looked again. It's 5:15. Where the hell did the last 45 minutes go? Right. Right, what have we got here? Right, that clip can go. I have to sort that stuff out there. Oh, what have I just done? That's good, that's overlapped. Where's this lag gonna come from? Right, this is where we have no choice but to use the hard cut because we need to change track and we haven't got space to fade. So we're gonna do a rip. So we go to sound effects, come down here, tape reducer. I go for one of them. To be honest, I could probably use some sort of different I need some new sound effects for these kind of things, really. But bring that down, drop that down to -8. Get all this stuff. -10. There we go.
Okay.
And we'll do a little whip out. Why not?
Okay, here is the rough idea, but the forge is hot.
So let's get this stuff heating up.
I have to sort all that intro stuff out for the next montage, but I said I was going to do it off camera because it's a little bit of a pain because I'm working backwards, so everything's sort of magnetized backwards. It's a bit of a bit of a nightmare. So I'll sort that out off stream. But we have, there you go. How long have we got here? So that stream has been 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's a little, it's not the most accurate representation of editing, obviously, because I've been stopping and starting and blah, 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 blah. But we have 7 minutes. It's taken 5 hours. So there you have it. Welcome to the Jamie Cook and Howie. I don't think so. We're watching a 30-minute show on the BBC. Field Mr. Steele in Norfolk. It was a fucking job. Really? I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, someone get Jameson Grove. Someone ordered Domino's. Pretty sure it's a template. Right. Who's been here for 5 hours? Just had it on the background some of the time whilst finishing work, cooking dinner, putting the kids to bed. That's cool. You've been around though, dude. Thanks for sticking around. This is some live stream. Been here at least 3+. Apple boob. Every minute so far, my head is hurting. So much information. Nice job, man. It's been fun. Thanks for the amazing stream. Keep up the great work. Thanks for the stream. You're real welcome, you guys. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap it up about now. So it's been a great blast. It's been a blast, to be fair. It actually went really smoothly. It's been cool. Old Worn Out Jeans, thanks. You're very welcome, buddy. Thanks for staying around. And so yeah, this video will probably be finished towards the end of the week, I would imagine. But it'd be good. But hopefully tonight you'll see Damascus hand tool knife part 2 with Will. He finishes the knife, by the way. Looks awesome. The pattern is ridiculously nice. Please do these every week or more often. I'll see what we can do, man. I'll see. But yeah, thanks for sticking around, guys. It's been good fun. And I'll hopefully catch you another time too. So peace out.